fast, okay? So as usual, we need volunteers. So anyone is interested to do, so it can be of any 2 languages which you are familiar with. Okay, so anyone in pink dress? I got you. You are hiding behind, right? Yeah. So your name, please?
Kartika.
Okay. Is this your first time event? Okay. So you know the rules, right? Okay. So to which 2 languages you're going to choose for? English and Tamil. Okay. It should not be slow. It should be telling fast. Okay. So we'll see like who's able to tell like plenty of numbers, and maybe the guy or girl who says correctly maybe have a chocolate. Okay. Can you start? You want a trial or you can start? Okay.
Start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 18, 19.
Okay, so it's 18, right? So yeah, Kartika. So thank you so much, Kartika. So we'll have the bar as 18, and since it's the first time for her, it's fine to say a little bit slow, but you cannot do that the same next time. Okay, it should be spontaneous, so no gap. I think you have some idea like how it goes, and anyone want to try? Okay, Danush, right? Okay. It's up to you. Like people might able to see you if you stand. So no trials. You just need to start. Okay.
Language, English and Telugu.
So whoever knows Telugu, please have an eye so that he don't say something wrong.
Oh my gosh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34,
Fast. We need to bit fast.
36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 80, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77. That's it.
Okay. So 77 is the limit. So someone wants to beat his count. Someone from that crowd, maybe. I don't want to point because like I feel people can volunteer, right? Some people from this crowd. Maybe who don't want to make an eye contact with me. Yeah. You. You deliberately didn't want to see me, right? Yeah. Hi, your name, please?
Yuvaraja Prasanna.
Okay, so you just want to try? Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Okay, yeah, it's a nice try, Yuvraj. Thank you. Yeah, 2 more people. We can wind up with this one. It's pretty easy game, right? Yeah, some volunteers, please. Someone's name starting with F. 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 No one's name start with F. Yeah, I got. Hi, your name, please.
Franklin. Franklin.
Okay, so can we start?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, so thank you, Franklin. So the last person for this icebreaker. We have like plenty of people in the room. Come on, guys, girls. Great.
Okay, so I'll try with 3 languages. So, okay, Hindi, English, and Tamil. So, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, it's very slow because 3 I can't. Okay, 7, 8, and 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, I'm too slow. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you so much. I think Danush said the maximum numbers. I think 77, right? Yeah. So those who feel like you got escaped, you cannot. So we have one more small icebreaker with which we can kickstart the event. Rishabh, can we have that image, please? Yeah. So I think many might have known about this. It's a kind of a brain trivia game where you have the color, but the name of the color is not the same. So what you need to do is, irrespective of the word here, you should say the color. Say, for example, the first one is the blue, but you need to say as red, since the color of the word is red. So this is how it goes, and you cannot have a lag. So like you cannot have a 1 second lag to think and say. You should say it spontaneously. Okay. I think it's pretty easy, no? I think Danush is excited to try. You got a chocolate man, so you cannot now. Oh, lot interested in this. Okay. So no lag, and you should do it. Maybe we have a timer to check like who tries to say it fast. Timer.
Red, yellow.
Just a minute, sorry. Rock. Okay.
Red, yellow, green.
Okay, so
Purple.
no, so you cannot have this lag. Okay, it should be like red, yellow, green, purple, blue, black, orange, brown. Can I have it as some sandal color, gray, pink, and blue? So this fast it should go, right? Okay.
Red, yellow, green, purple, blue, black, orange, brown, beige, gray, pink, blue.
Okay, so your name, please. Revati.
Less than 15 minutes, 20 seconds.
Okay, so she have completed it in a time span of around 20 seconds. So can we have someone who can beat her time? Sorry, he needs to try post that we can. Your name, please?
Saravanan.
Saravanan. Okay.
Red, yellow, green, blue, purple, pink, black, brown, sandal, gray, pink, orange.
Pink, it went black. No. You got confused with the name then. Okay. Yeah. Your name, please?
Kirti Vasan.
Okay.
Yeah, red, yellow, green, purple, light blue, black, orange, brown, peach, gray, pink, navy blue.
Okay, great. The time? So you completed with 9 seconds, close to 10 seconds. You have last two people. Oh, the last two people, really last two people at that side. So with them, we can close this and kickstart the event. So for now, Kirti Vasan has a record of 10 seconds for this. We could see if people behind there can beat them.
Red, yellow, green, purple, blue, black, orange, brown, beige, gray, pink, blue.
Your name, please?
Raghav.
Oh, Raghav. Hi, Raghav. I'm here.
9 seconds.
9 seconds?
9 seconds.
Okay. Okay. Last person to try. Your name, please?
Red, yellow, green, purple.
Sorry, I can start now. Yeah.
Okay. Red, yellow, green, purple, blue, black, orange, brown, beige, gray, pink, blue.
Down only, right? We taken 8 seconds.
8 seconds? Wow, that's great. So I think Ram completed with 8 and Raga with 9. So too close, I guess. So they both get chocolates. Yeah. Can you pass? Thank you. So before that, like I'd like to know how many of you are attending JS Lover not for the first time, like you attended previously. Okay, that's great. So yeah, okay. This is now you have attended previous JS Lovers events too, right? So this is the full day event and also 10 years of JS Lovers, a special thing. So what are your expectations in this event?
All right. So every meetups is kind of interesting, and we get to know a lot of things, right? And uh, I have attended a couple of meetings, and each time we get to know something that we might be using daily, but we are not aware of. So likewise, I'm just curious to know what are the things I can learn, and then I can understand from different peoples who are expertise in their own genres, basically. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I think we could satisfy our expectations because since it's also a special event for us as the 10 years of JS Lovers, we have a lot of exciting things following up, kind of lot of giveaways, and we have panel discussions where you could get lot of inputs from the panel members, later which you can network with lot of people. And yeah.
A video?
Side. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Side, put music.
First video is this.
Follow after the videos, right?
Yeah.
No, no, 1B.
This one, JSLover team. The
Yeah,
second
okay.
meeting.
So you can play.
Yeah. Just let me know when.
Yeah, we can do that now.
So you're all aware that the founder of JSLovers is Neha. So we'd like to start the event with a video from here, from her. Yeah, please play, Rishabh.
My name is Neha. I'm from Delhi, India. I'm a full stack developer and I'm the organizer of a tech group named JSLovers. This is my Twitter handler. Sorry. Technical glitch, I would say. Yeah. I started my meetup group 3 years back, and during those 3 years, I actually realized this. Best thing happened to you when they are unplanned, mostly. And my meetup was the best thing happened to me. Before my meetup, I was working in an organization. I got promoted. I moved to a senior level. And suddenly I started seeing the difference in attitude in my colleagues, male, my senior. And suddenly there were a lot of pushback. Somehow I was just getting non-technical work, non-coding work. And I look around and I saw that most of the females, after a certain years, leave their coding career behind and move to the non-programming stuff. And I was not ready to do that. I was very clear about that. So I was doubting myself. I was mostly in depression because my career is my life at that time. I talked to my senior, nothing happened. I moved out. I looked for the mentors who can at least sit with me, talk to me, and guide me. For my shock, there was not a single mentor I was able to find. And first time in my life, I was not scared for me. I was scared for the other girls or other people who are just starting their career or who are nowhere to go. So this is me with my team, the only female. Not a big deal. After that, I decided to start my own meetup group. In my city, no one knew about meetup group. No one knew about community, what is meetup. I started it and my first job became to make people aware of that. Was it easy? Nope. First, logistic issues. Delhi was not ready for meetup. There was no single place where I can have a meetup. And I was like literally begging people to give me the venue. I was ready to pay from my pocket, but no one was allowing me. Finally, I got a cafe, which was at a Times Square type space. On Sunday, I booked that space that on Sunday we will do meetup. The second trouble was family pressure. I don't know how many of you are aware of Indian culture. For Indian parents, it's not easy to let their daughter go out and do some stuff. My parents used to think I'm going to date someone. So what I did was on my first, second, third meetup, for 3 meetups, I used to record my whole meetup, come back home, show my parents that I'm not going out for a date. There was a lot of lack of support. I used to have a big network, Facebook friends, Twitter and all that. But the moment when I was doing my meetups, none of the person was coming front to, help me, support me, spread the word. And I was fine with that. I was actually prepared at that time. The last one was lack of awareness of community and meetup.com. I still keep getting messages, what is meetup, what is event, what you do? Is it a teaching institute and all that stuff? Once I got so frustrated, I went out, I wrote a Medium article that what is a meetup, how a meetup work, pre-meetup, post-meetup, during meetup, everything. And whenever someone asks me the same thing, I just give them that article. I'm sorry. Yeah, as usual, only me, not a big deal. As usual, only me, not a big deal. Achievements. 3 years, fast forward, this is the picture from February. This is the third anniversary celebration. We did 50 meetups so far. We have 3,000 members. We have more than 20 sponsors. We are the first community from Delhi to be the part of Google Developer Community Program, and first most active community from India to be the part of that program. We are across many cities also. As a result, I become a tech speaker because for 1 year, no one was ready to speak at my platform. So as a result, I have to step in and I become an accidental tech speaker and then accidental inspiration and motivational speaker for women. Success story. There are a lot of success stories. What I understood in these 3 years, it's not about learning programming, making people learn something like programming or something. It is also about changing their thought of process. Back in my city, most of the people come out to a meetup just because they think if they will learn this thing, back in their job, they will get a raise or hike. If you will try to make them learn something new, they will not. From last 3 years, continuously, I am telling them to learn something new, not for your company, not for your job, but for yourself. And somewhere I'm succeed in that. As a result, I'm getting a lot of feedbacks, good feedback. The last one is the most special one. We started hosting international speaker. People come to India to speak my platform, which is a big thing for me. I'm very biased toward females and I have no shame in that. Uh, I started helping a lot of females to connect them with internship job without making them pay any money to me or to the company. Uh, Last but not the least, the photos which I picked where I was the only one standing, people keep talking about gender diversity. In India, it is very hard for females to come out on weekend to attend meetup. And my mantra is that it's fine if you can't come to meetup, I can help you. So in every meetup, I sit, make notes, pass all the notes, all the slides. Sometimes I go out, make the videos, pass everything to the female members of my community. As a result, there is a female who recently learned a new thing because her college was not at that level. She presented that project in front of her class, then director, then HOD, and now she will be hosting a full-fledged workshop within her college. Thank you, guys.
There is a rule in mathematics that is so simple you would think it obviously must be true. But if you accept it, you find there are now some line segments that...
I am a front-end engineer by profession and a community contributor by passion. I work for a company called Wayfair and I am the lead of JSLovers Bangalore. JSLovers to me... Hey there, I'm Smile Gupta. I am a front-end engineer by profession and a community contributor by passion. I work for a company called Wayfair and I am the lead of JSLovers Bangalore. JSLovers to me is not just a meetup group. It's a community where, it's the community that feels like home, where curiosity is celebrated and learning is a two-way street. And, I have seen beginners turning into speakers, strangers becoming collaborators. JSLovers is about people, passion, and the power of showing up for each other.
Hey everyone, it's been a while. I've been super active on the socials, but here I'm back again, and it's been quite a journey with JSLovers. But starting with my introduction, so I'm Ekaspreet Singh, and I've been working as a software engineer roughly now for 2 years in Germany, and had roughly around 4 years back in India. So I have around 7 years of experience now. And talking about JSLovers, it's been a tremendous journey, and I always love enjoying being a part of the community wholeheartedly. I think I've learned a lot from what I was 5 or 6 years ago and what I am now, and it's always pleasure to tell someone that you are a part of a so big of a community. And it's always great to see how the things have been growing in Chennai. We have a huge fan base for JSLovers. So I hope it to grow as it's been already growing a lot. And thanks to every one of you who is contributing towards it. And really looking forward to this event. Thanks to Vignesh, who has been doing it very well in Chennai. And I think JSLovers has given us a very, very good platform for exploring us as organizers and exploring you as an audience, how JavaScript could share or JavaScript could change the environment itself. And we love sharing. We love sharing the knowledge of it, and that's where we are trying to promote JSLovers at least as much as possible. So I'd like to thank you, every one of you, for taking out time today and joining us in Chennai. So hope to see you next time. Bye bye.
Yeah. So JS Lover being in 5+ more cities, we are very much happy to have you all here and know about how it started and few inputs from Sneha as well. So I'm very happy to invite Vignesh, the organizer of JS Lover Chennai's team, to address the crowd.
Yeah. வணக்கம் மக்களே. So thank you for coming, joining us today. So yeah, okay. So how many of you are attending our meetup for the first time? Oh, nice. Thank you for joining us and supporting us. So இதுக்கு முன்னாடி வந்தவங்களும் thank you for supporting us. So JSLovers is an international JavaScript tech community. So we are in 5+ cities. So it was started by Neha Sharma in 2015. So now in 2025, it's coming a decade. So 10 years of running this community. So JSLovers Chennai, we started 8 to 9 months before. But this community, so we have in multiple cities. So huge thanks to Neha for doing this, for bringing all the developers, everyone together for celebrating tech and community. Yeah, so also I want to give a thank you to Chennai Web Engineering and Fort Fibonacci for supporting us for this event, and to our sponsors Mahatan and Seven Angle for supporting us for this event. So we have 3 talks and 2 panel discussions from the industry experts. So please do stay throughout the day. So enjoy the session. So we have good food as well. So network with other developers, talk with them. So meetup is all about interacting and doing things with others. So we have been kind of a small people. Uh, so we have been doing a lot of experiments. So this one day event is kind of such experiment. So I hope it will go good. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Vignesh. At this time, we JS Lovers team wanted to express our gratitude to the Ford team for gracing us their venue to have this successful event. So with this, we'd like to have a video of the Ford leadership team to have their insights.
Hi everyone, I'm Hemant Kamatgi. I lead the engineering of 4.com globally. I'm responsible for both front end as well as the back end of it. I will not be.
Hi everyone. Well, Hi everyone. Welcome to each one of you to our Global Technology and Business Center. For those of you who have been here before, welcome once again. And for those who are coming to our center for the first time, I hope you get to enjoy our hospitality. It is unfortunate that I am not able to join you all in person due to prior personal commitments. For those of you who may not be aware, Ford Business Solutions is the captive competency center for Ford Motor Company, and we have a network of centers across the globe. The one that you are in is the largest and the oldest one, and we house close to 10,000 resources that support pretty much every function within Ford. I understand that today's event has been possible due to the collaboration between the Ford Fibonacci team, along with the Chennai web engineering team and the JSLovers group. I understand the JSLovers group is celebrating their 10th anniversary, and a huge shout out to them on this milestone anniversary. The event has been put together with a lot of careful planning and thoughtful curation. And I'm sure each one of you is going to go back with a lot of learning and maybe a lot of new friends that you would have made during the course of the sessions today. I would like to take the moment to thank all the speakers who are part of today's event. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your generosity. And I hope you have enjoyed the process as much as the teams that helped put this event together. Innovation is something that all companies are talking about. In fact, in today's time, it is very important for organizations to think out of the box, to come up with solutions that meet every customer requirement in the most effective manner. And therefore, we need to constantly be sharpening our capabilities to ensure that we are delivering nothing but the best. That requires for us to keep our capabilities sharp and our learning machines on all the time. Innovation generates a lot of value for organizations, and it's very important for employees like us who are part of global capability centers to keep a sharp focus and ensure that all the work that we are doing is of value to the larger enterprise. With new technology, innovation is becoming that much more easier, and therefore we need to find out what really stands out for us and what is it that we will be able to use of the new technology to drive the kind of changes our customers and our organizations want us to make. I hope today's session will be very thought-provoking. We will help to sort of enhance your knowledge, will help networking opportunities, and ensure that we as a group are able to sort of bring our best selves and think about what really could make a difference to our organizations and the customers that we serve. From Ford's context, I can tell you that we are in the midst of a huge transformation. There are several external factors that are playing on the organization and the industry as such, and we need to sort of be able to address the challenges that we face, whether it is the advent of AI in a big way, or the changes in the industry in terms of the introduction and growth of electric vehicles, or the news around the tariffs that are being proposed. There is a lot that an organization like Ford is contending with at this point in time. It is only through our focus on innovation that we can help solve some of the major problems that the company is going through. I do hope this will be a great learning opportunity for each one of you, and you will take away a lot that will stay with you and help you in your jobs back in your organizations. I wish everybody a very happy time, and I hope you will enjoy the sessions and our campus through the day. Thank you very much. Best wishes. Hi, everyone.
Hi everyone, I'm Hemant Kamatgi. I lead the engineering of 4.com globally. I'm responsible for both front end as well as the back end of it. I will not be present in person in Chennai, hence this video message. Want to highlight a little bit about the evolution of JavaScript on 4.com. Just a couple of years back, all our front end were pages built on Adobe Experience Manager. Whether you required a content or not, these were pages built within AEM, and there were calls made to the backend service layer to get any dynamic data if required. So from there on, we have evolved a lot. So today, the first thing that we did was uh, we took out the non-content pages out of AEM for the right reason, and we built them as micro frontend. And we used Next.js as the popular framework with React components on it. So that was the right thing. And this is a bit complex compared to other e-commerce sites. So we exist in all the regions: North America, EU, Latin America, the Asia Pacific, and the Middle East region. So it's a mammoth exercise that we undertook, taking the non-contentful pages out of AEM onto Next.js. That was the first thing that we did. At the same time, we also decided that across the globe, if we have to share the components and improve, reuse all those components, we have to get on a common repository. So recently, we embarked on this program of building a monorepo for all the front-end MFEs. And yes, to a great extent, we've been successful there. That we use NX for managing the workspace of our monorepo, and that has truly helped. I'm sure my team will talk about it in more details and share all about that with you. So I encourage you all to share your experiences with the team. I'm sure it's going to be a great day in Chennai, and look forward to hearing the outcome of it. So thank you. Thanks a lot.
We have Mayappan, so technical architect at Ford here with us. So I request you to share a few words, please.
Good morning, everyone. Unfortunately, I was not prepared for this talk. It's a last minute until Devi Priya called me. Okay, so I welcome you all to the Ford campus for the first mega event that JSLovers, Ford Fibonacci, and Chennai Web Engineering is conducting. And this marks the 10th year anniversary for JSLovers. Maybe a big shout out or clap for JSLovers, please. Thank you. So I hope you are going to have some fun today. And this is going to be a tight packed session with 3 technical sessions and 2 panel discussions. So hope it would help you, and please have networking, and we have arranged for refreshments as well. Thank you.
Before we dive further, let's take a moment to thank the people, the amazing people who made the event possible by supporting us. Let's welcome Hari from Mahatan and Naveen from Seven Angle.
So, hi everyone. Hello. How are you folks? How's the event till now? Bored or anything like that? Doing good? Okay, so I'm Hari. I'm the founder and chief executive officer of Mahatan Groups. So we have a lot of ventures. One is that we are a venture capitalist firm. We give investments to social impact startups, and we give funds for open source projects. So in case you work in any of the startups who contribute to social impact or contribute to open source projects, do reach out to us. We'll give funds or investments based on the contribution. And also we have products and service across the globe. We give, how many of you know about Frappe? Okay, so at least some. So we do Frappe implementation, self-hosting and cloud service across the globe. And we also started Mahatan on campus. at a college, Bharat Institute of Technology. We just started a week before. I like to point out the Mahatan Club students. Can you just stand up, folks? Okay, so those are the first batch of Mahatan campus. We train them in business and technology. So they are totally new to the technology meetups and everything. So please make them comfortable and please approach to them and speak about, give some advices or do some networking and stuff. Yeah. Thank you for the event. I would like to invite Naveen, who is the founder of Seven Angle.
Hello everyone, my name is Naveen. I'm from Tanjavur. I run a company called Seven Angle. We just started out like a week before. We do open source contribution for now, and we are a service-based company and focusing on digital marketing like SEO and social media for now. That's about it. I haven't prepared anything, so I'm here around. We can meet and talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hari and Naveen. So, with no further delay, we'll kickstart our first session. So, the first session is going to be from a very more Shaira Begum. So, the stage is yours.
Yeah. Am I audible? Yeah. Table. Yeah. Hello. Can anyone confirm? Am I audible? Yeah. Yes. I want this on top.
Okay, so I do.
This one. Amma.
Yeah. Shaira, just a minute. We'll take a minute. So, since it's a type-packed event today, we don't think like we have plenty of people to be engaged in person for the Q&A session. So, also to record the questions and to use it effectively, we have a Slido link. So, the QR is displayed here. So, you have any queries and you want any advices or you want to have any discussion with our panel members or the speakers today, you can post your questions to which the answers will be posted over there. Post the tech session 2, we'll be having a personal Q&A, but which would be very limited due to the time constraint. So we would be, please use this QR to share your questions so that other people could also have knowledge about your questions and answers posted for it.
இவங்க மட்டும் வரலையா ரோஜா மட்டும் வரல
ரோஜா கேன்சல் பண்றோம்.
பவித்ரா போயிட்டாங்க
பின்னாடி வாங்க.
பவித்ரா
வந்துட்டாங்க பாத்துக்கலாம். Yeah. Let me share my screen. Pavitra, Gayatri, Bhuvana, Sudha. Sudhana? Yeah. So I'm Shahira. So today we are going to see an interesting topic. As you can already see the title here. So this is about like how Angular is moving towards signals. Okay. So this is our agenda for today's talk. So you can think of it like an Angular Little Express. So don't worry, we have we can stop on every scenic views. So we'll start with our traditional approach, how we do our coding, and then we'll move towards the reactive approach with RxJS, and then we'll also deep dive into the some of the operators in RxJS, and then the behavior subject, and later we'll switch our gears to move into the Angular future, that is signals. So let's quickly jump into the topic. So before that, I will start with one scenario, one story, not a fairy tale story, like a story like developer faces every day. So for example, your manager is like asking you to build a search suggestion. Okay, like business got a requirement, so you have to build that one. So what you will do, just go to the code and then write an input method. On click of that, you just call an API call, right? So that's how you think in the imperative way. Like traditionally we do like that. Okay, so and then everything works perfect in your machine in local host, and then you put everything in the production. Once the real user starts using that, user types too fast. Now like you are making dozens of API calls per second. Then what happens? Your UI become lags. Okay, so your app become unresponsive. So what you will do now, you got a bug, you have to fix this one. What you will do, for example, you are adding set time mode, so to delay the API calls. Okay, now you have added the set time modes. Also you need to handle the race conditions, right? So also you need to ensure that only the latest API call go inside, because if they type in too fast, you have to fetch the latest one to go into the API call to fetch the details. Okay, now some API calls are taking more time, some are not. So in that time, the latest API call is overwritten with your slower calls. Okay, in the time your UI is giving a wrong response, so now it's again a bug. Again you go back and then trying to fix. So all this way, whatever you have approached this problem, what does it mean? What is the approach name of these steps? Can anyone guess? It's our traditional approach. It's an imperative approach. So imperative means you're telling like what to do in each and every step. You yourself handling the logic. You are doing each and every step to make it work. Okay, so this is a reactive approach. Now for example, you want the UI I mean the that UI to give the result whenever the user types stop typing. That way you should implement, right? So what if it work automatically? So in the time you need to follow a different approach. What could be that approach? Yeah, reactive approach. So what is reactive approach means? You don't need to do step by step things in your application. It should work automatically. You can think of this like an smart room. Okay, whenever you get in, lights automatically turns on. So that's how the reactive should be. So here is an the thing like imperative is manually controlling each and every step, and reactive is lets the data itself decide what to happen and when to happen. So this is our example differences of the code. I think it's okay. It's get updated. Okay, so you can see the differences here. There is some delay with this. Okay, so the first one is you did with the imperative approach. So you have added the set time mode and then the calls, and also you are seeing the delay, all the things. Now you made it with the reactive approach. The hidden hero here is RxJS. Okay, you just used some of the RxJS operators like debounce time, distinct until change, switch map. So what it will do? So debounce time will delay for 300, and then distinct until change will do like if there is only change, it will trigger. Like if you are typing Shahira SHA, it will give the result. Again, if you are in the same thing, you are just making SHA again, like same input you are giving, then it will not trigger an API call. It will trigger only if there is some change. So that operator we have used, and then the switch map. Switch map, what it will do, it will cancel the previous ones. Like if you type too fast, it will ignore the previous value and they give results like quickly. The latest value it will process. Okay. 1 minute, there is some issue. It disconnected automatically from the call.
Back to the scene.
I think network issue.
Okay, you are not there. Yeah. Pagka pizza. Public Wi-Fi. Yeah.
சரி அவர் என்ன
ஒரு கேஸ் போடுவோன்றாரு செப்டோல, ஆனா ஒரு கேஸ் பத்தாதுல. ரெண்டும் பத்தாது, ஒரு 3 போட்டா திருப்பி 3 போட்டாதான் ஒர்க் ஆகும், இல்லைன்னா அவங்க வெளில குறிக்க சொல்லிட்டாங்க. ஆனா இப்ப ஆடியன்ஸ் எல்லாரும் வெளில போயிட்டு அதுதான்
இல்லடா
சவுண்ட் வருது.
I think it's gone to the wrong name.
Yes.
Need to click on the correct link.
That's one second. I will just clear off the.
Can you pull me in the call?
Yeah.
There is a link. Is this
No.
meeting?
You had the invite, right? Yeah, I can share the screen if you want.
I have demo.
Or continue. There was an invite sent to your email, right?
Yes.
Where is that email?
Can you join like Gayatri's email? Gayatri Perumal. You can ask her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. We can go to WhatsApp. அங்க இருக்கு. அதுதான் நம்ம கிளிக் பண்றோம். Open in Teams.
ஸ்லைட்ஸ் மூவ் பண்ண சொல்லி இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் கேட்கணும்.
ஓகே, என் டெமோ இருக்கு.
இல்ல அது நேம் தான், அது பிரச்சனை இல்ல.
கேரக்டர் வெயிட் 4 QKY. Okay.
Small case.
Small case, small y.
Small case, small y.
Wait for Agnes to retrieve.
Sorry for the interruption. Would nice to start.
Okay.
Okay, super. Good.
Okay, so sorry for the interruption. So what were we talking about the RxJS, right? So since we touched the RxJS here, we'll see some of the powerful operators in the RxJS. So I will tell you in scenario, you have to guess the operator name. Okay. So see, now it's a restaurant scenario. Okay, the busy restaurant. In the restaurant, customer keep on changing the order. Okay, so you have to cancel the previous one and then take the latest one. For example, he ordered dosa and then he thought that he don't need dosa, he want paratha or something. So he changed the order. Now the cooks needs to prepare the latest dish. He should not process the previous one. What can be the operator? Just we saw before this slide, switch map. Exactly. We saw for the search scenario, right? So switch map, this is the scenario for that. So this is how it will be. The technical use cases, of course, search mechanism. And then the another operator maybe so here the every customer is order is taken. He is a like cool chef. He takes everyone's order and cook everything in parallel, no matter what, how many are coming in. What could be the operator here? So everything in parallel. That's the key here. Can anyone guess? Then merge map. Okay. So merge map. If you have some API calls, 2 or 3 API calls, you need all in parallel. Maybe you can take some scenario like you have a dashboard page. There you have to show the notification and then the settings information. All the information you have to show in the dashboard. Everything should come in parallel. So in that time you can use merge map. And then another operator. I think now you can guess. So this is much similar to merge map, but you take one order at a time, process it completely, and then you move to the another. Here, the chef is focused on his task. He cannot do multitasking. He will finish one, then he will take another one. What could be the operator? Exactly, concat map. It's in merge map. It matters. The order is not matter. Okay, only the parallel. Like everything should work. It should go fast. It should retrieve the result fast. But there is no there is no importance in order. Okay, in the concat map, order is very important. It should go one by one. Maybe you can take example like is if there is any sequential form submission, you have to submit the first one and then dependent on and then another one like that. If you have that kind of API calls, you can use concat map. And another operator, I think we haven't used this much. It ignores a new orders until finish the first one. Like there is only one chef in the kitchen, he's very tired, he's doing one item, and then someone is requesting for another item to cook. He is telling, please go back, come tomorrow, I will cook for you, I'm in process. So he'll focus on only one thing at a time. So in the concat map it will go in order, but here it will do only one first one, it will ignore others. What could be the operator? Can anyone guess? So it's an exhaust map. It get exhausted with one itself. So if it will go slowly, like patient cook. Okay. So these are there are plenty of operators in RxJS, but these four are we are using in day-to-day life. And there is another subject in RxJS. Okay. So maybe I will tell you same restaurant scenario here. It's a different restaurant. In that restaurant, there is a speaker system. Okay, that speaker system always holds the latest value, like the current value, and also has the previous value. Like the speaker system in the restaurant is like they will if someone is ordering something and then if that is cooked, he will announce in the speaker. For example, if they order some vegan pizza and then he will tell the order number, order 48 vegan pizza ready. He will that speaker will announce every time. It will have every time it will have the value, current value, and anyone can subscribe that. What could be the subject? I think I already showed the slide by mistake. You can tell the name of that subject. Behavior subject, exactly. So always broadcast the latest value and anyone can subscribe to get the latest value. So this is the in RxJS to make the reactive, we predominantly use this behavior subject, right? So entire application can listen to that particular value. You can declare that value and then you can subscribe it at any place. So that's the behavior subject. But we also have issues here. Can anyone guess what is the pain points we have in the behavior subject? So you can think of this restaurant analogy itself. Like in the restaurant, he needs to keep on yelling the orders, right? He needs to announce the order, and everyone needs to subscribe to that. Every time they should have hear that voice, right? And then that voice will be available to everyone, even the dishwasher boss, who doesn't matter, who don't want that information, they could also hear that information throughout the application. So that's the main problem. Maybe these are the things which I have listed down. The first one is like too much manual work, right? Like for example, in the kitchen terms, if they want different topping in the dish, he needs to announce. If they want to change the sauce, he needs to announce. Like the order, the speaker should keep on announcing the orders. In the technical term, if you use behavior subject across the application, wherever you need to trigger the value, trigger that subject, you have to do dot next. If something changes, dot next, dot next. At the end, you are not a developer, you are a dot next machine. So yeah. And then another thing is boilerplate. Of course, to set up speaker and in the kitchen to speak, he needs to first set up the speaker, and then everyone has to hear that one. And at end of the day, he needs to clear up everything, right? In the case of behavior subject, you have to declare the behavior subject, and then you have to emit the value in wherever we need to do dot next, and then emit the value, and then you have to subscribe to that in particular one place. You have to subscribe, and then you have to unsubscribe the value. If you forgot to unsubscribe, it will be a big issue. The memory issue will happen. So lots of boilerplate for the new developer. If you give behavior subject at first, he will end up the job. He will go away. So the another one is redundant update. So for example, if there is a form, age and name, okay. So you are in one place you are concerned about age, in one place you are concerned about like name. So on subscribe you have to process based on age in one section, another one is age, okay. If since it is a one object, if you just change the age value, it will get triggered in both of the places where it doesn't even need to get triggered, right? So it's an unintended updates. And then even if you didn't even change that value, for example, if it's its behavior subject value is a, now you are making dot next again a, even that it will get triggered. It will not check whether it is a latest value or new value. It's already it will not. Maybe you need to use some operators like we saw it distinct until change some operators, but you have to do that manually. Okay, it will not work automatically. And also hidden dependency. So for example, since you have to make that emit in across the application, in one place you don't know from where it got emitted. Maybe in kitchen, if you have a speaker, if someone new person go and announce something, everyone will get shocked, and he doesn't know who announced what who announced that information, like from where it get triggered. Kitchen get panic, right? So that's how it will be. So these are the main drawbacks using the behavior subject. Of course, behavior subject is a powerful operator, but it overkills for just one small, simple UI state. Okay, so you ended up making the like focusing on the plumbing the code instead of focusing on actual business logic. So now the solution for all this is Signal. So whatever problem we have faced so far, like the kitchen is struggled with the speaker thing, right? So the solution for them is Signal. So how Signal works? Can anyone guess what is Signal and how it works? Can anyone try? Yeah.
Just the problem of tracking what are the changes and then updating proactively.
Yes. Reactively. Yes.
Equivalent to the RxJS and it's the latest.
Yeah, it's a better one from that. Yeah, exactly. So you can think of it like a plant. Signal is like a plant. Why it's like a plant? Because if sunlight changes, if water changes, you don't need to tell the plant grow. It will grow automatically. So it will react automatically to the changes. Okay, so that's how Signal behaves. You don't need to yell at them. You don't need to do emission dot next, subscribe, unsubscribe, nothing. You can directly, if the value changes, it knows, it get triggered, it will work across the application, it will get updated. You don't need to stress more with this state managements. So that's why Signal is introduced in the Angular, latest Angular. From Angular 16, you can use Signal in your application. And we also have the difference between the behavior subject and then Signal. So maybe that I already mentioned, right? That dot next calls no needed. Boilerplates, lots of boilerplates we had in the behavior subjectives, no needed. Subscriptions, don't need to handle. And in reactivity, it will grow, like you don't need to more worry about reactivity, it will go smoothly, everything. And then main thing is it's not an external, you don't need to then rely on external library to work on this one, you have already in the Angular, it's a built-in functionality. So now let's see Signal in action. So what are the operators are in Signal? Can anyone tell what can do computed, update, all these functions in the Signal? Can anyone explain what's computed in the Signal? We already have in this slide, right? Maybe you can tell it in different words. Exactly. So computer will use to like it's not like a math operator. It's also a math operator. It will do the process, but it's like it if something changes, it knows automatically. It will get triggered and then calculate and then gives the latest value. So that's how it works. Maybe I have a demo for that. We can see that. Since we have the restaurant analogy before, we can relate to that and see this. So, for example, if you want to track how many dishes have been served, first you have to declare the signal here. Maybe we'll initiate with a 0 and then he computed. So for example, there is a person Anu, he's washing the dishes. He needs to know how many plates she needs to finish for today's target. For example, we have today 10 target and then 3 dishes are already served. She needs to wash 7 dishes, right? So she doesn't need to hear the voice. She can directly see this subscribe, like not subscribe, use this dishes left variable in her code. She can directly get updated. Whenever the dish count is get changed, it will automatically recalculate the value and then assign the dishes left variable. So that's how it works. And for example, if you want to change anything every time if you serve the dishes, you have to increment that dishes count, right? In that time you can use update. Update is very powerful, it's a surgical edit. So for example, if you have name and age two properties in the object, if you want to change the age, you can directly do dot update and then change the value. You don't need to assign entire value. In case of behavior subject we saw, right, he needs to assign the entire object and then it will get triggered to every places wherever it not no longer relevant. But in case of signal, nothing like that. You can just update the value whichever you want, and then you can reset that at the end of the day you can reset the dish count to 0. So that is simple, like same, you can use the set operator in the signal, you can assign the value. So whenever it gets changed, automatically computed will hear that value, it will do the operation and then it will notify the dishes left. So everything will work reactively, you don't need to do anything here. Okay, let's jump into a demo. So in the demo I will show you one search mechanism using RxJS and also Signal. We'll see the difference. Okay, so this is the UI I have for the demo. It's just a search and then filter. We have these records are coming from the API call, and then if you do search, it will give a result. It will go to API and then fetch the result. And then we also have the filter. So same in Signal also. Everything is same. Only the code difference. We'll check the VS Code now. Yeah. So this is the behavior subject code. Okay. So you have a 3 behavior subject, one is for loading, search, and status. So we have an API call, the user service API call. I will show you the service first. This service is just have a sum of details, and then it will if we provide this search and then status value to this API, it will do some filter and then return the result. So we don't need to go into that. We'll just focus on only the RxJS and then the signal in the component files. So here, so what we are doing first, since it is an RxJS, we have declared the value at first itself. Since it will have always it will have the default value, we have assigned the value here. So since we have assigned the value on in it, it will trigger this combined latest. It's another RxJS operator. It combines search and then the status, both the behavior subject together, and then give the latest value from that API call. So it will maybe we had written the loading also to show the to smooth UI, to show the smooth UI. We have the loader while API is if API gets delayed. So this is how it is. And then to show the total count also, we have the behavior subject. And then if user types in the search box, we have this function. This will this is a .next machine. I told you, right? If something changes, we have to inform behavior subject to subscribe the value. So if you do .next next dot value, then it will get updated. Then it will again go here, and then it will do the search. Again, for status, you have to do .next, and also you have to unsubscribe everything, whatever you did the entire component. All these things you have to do. Let's see this signal code. Same code, but here instead of RxJS, we have signal. So same, have declared search, status, loading, everything. So here, effect is like a to handle the side effects in the signal. So for example, if search or status gets changed, updated, it will execute this under this function. It will execute this line. So whenever the search and status changes, it will trigger fetch users and then do the API call. In the API call, we are setting user and then loading, right? Whatever time it takes, it will whenever it get assigned, it will automatically get the latest value. Whenever the API call changes, will get API call returns the value. It will automatically set to the user and also for the loading. And also, if they search, also we can directly set the value. And then in status change also, we can directly set the value. And in the HTML also, you don't need to do any async. Maybe I can show the RxJS component. See here in the HTML, you need to, we also need to use an async operator, because you will not get a value upfront. You have to subscribe the value and then show it in the UI. In case of TS file, you have to subscribe. In case of HTML, you can use async operator. But in Signal, nothing is that. You just have to use the value. It's like a getter. Like you have to use these parentheses to access the value. Can show the difference side by side. So this is the next one. See how simple this component is. This one, in case of see, in case of small search functionality, we are doing all these things. We are using that powerful RxJS operators, and then subscribing, unsubscribing, too many manual works. So all these things we are doing. But in case of Signal, it's simple. It will react automatically whenever the value changes. You are not making it obvious. You are just setting the value. It will automatically get triggered. It will work automatically. Let's go to the PPT again. So, anyone have any questions?
Computer gets activated. Does that only when the signals or any other variables?
So the computer will activate it only inside the computer function, right? If you have any signals. So in case of our example, maybe the dishwash example, we are having dish count signal there, and then you are once you are doing the operation based on the signal. Okay, whenever the dish count changes, it will automatically get triggered, and then because anyway we are calculating based on the dish count only. So whatever the signals you have used inside the computer, whenever those signal changes, it will get triggered. Yeah. Any questions? Do you see the difference first? Maybe if you start using that, you will see.
Hi. So I have a question.
Yeah.
So Signal is it like a syntactic sugar which handles event listening, signal, I mean subscription, everything, or like is there any difference between the like usual event listening implementation apart from that?
What do you mean by event listening? Is it a observable or behavior subject or?
I don't have that much clarity on that.
Okay.
Just want to like understand whether it's a like syntactic sugar on top of the existing event listening system or like fundamentally different from that.
Signal is mainly for state management. You will have state data across the application, right? To handle the state, like to have the smooth reactivity across the components. So, for example, you have one value, you should globally use that value, and then you should whenever the subsequent value get updated, it should automatically react. Right? We saw an example, right? In that case, we can use signal.
Okay.
So it will listen. It will, as you asked, it will listen to the other signal changes. It will act accordingly.
Okay. It's still under the hood. It is doing that event listening stuff, right?
It's you mean is it released or not? You're asking?
No, I just want to understand whether
Okay.
it's still doing that event listening stuff. No, we just call the signal, and internally it does the event listening for us.
Yeah, maybe. Yes, it's the Angular core developers problem. So they just given us the functionalities to use. It works reactively perfectly, but inside that, what they are doing in the on the update, all those things, it's in their code.
Okay.
Yeah, they should have handled that. Yeah, that's why it's working perfectly. Yeah.
Most of the people might get a question whether it is as same as state. That will have the use state and thing. This is whatever that is saying is all about updating the value, right? Let's say you have a
value, you want to update the value, but you want to perform some actions whenever the value is getting updated. So whatever that you're talking is when it comes to the events which you have mentioned, that's most on the DOM level, right? But this is whenever the value that is changed, we need to perform some actions towards it. So let's say you are logging in. Once you are logged in, we want to update the username with your name. So if we are going to have it as a value that is not updating, then it will not be updated in the UI or in the browser. So when you log in, the signals will just capture the updated value, and then it will make sure the DOM is updated with the latest value out there. If that helps, right?
Yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah. So one question.
Yeah.
Here. Yeah. Yeah. So just wanted to know how it is different from other state management libraries. We have, plain JavaScript state management library. We have Redux you can use in different libraries. I mean, different Angular we use. How it is different? How Signal is different?
Different means how it's better or?
No, I mean, why should someone consider using Signal instead of other state management library?
If you are doing development in Angular, then you can use Signal because it's a built-in functionality, right? But if you are doing the development in some other framework, we have to use the like in-house framework from that applications. So if you are using Angular, then you should use the Signal to reactive flow. You don't need to.
Compatible with Angular right
Yeah,
now.
yeah. Because in Angular, as we saw before, we rely on RxJS to have the reactivity across the application. But now, since Angular is evolving, they thought that why should we depend on other libraries, other things? We can build. We can have some built-in functionality to do all those things. So that's why they have built this one. So we don't need the RxJS in that case.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. In addition to her, whatever she said,
I remember you mentioned Redux, right? Why can't we use Redux? So Redux is used for React. For React framework, we use Redux. As similar to Redux in React, we use signals in Angular. So you might have used use effect in React. So that is exactly the same in Angular. The signal is similar to use effect in Angular. So whenever we pass some dependencies as second parameter to that function, it would react and the use effect function will run automatically. So similarly, as she said, if we use anything in effect function, any signals in effect function, it will automatically get triggered when the signal changes.
One question. So how does the signals work between multiple components and will be able to pass states across the components? How does that work with signals?
It's same like any other variable. You can have it in global surveys, or you can have it in component level. You can have a specified global shared signal service you can use across the component. It's same like an other variable, but unlike other variable, it will react to the other changes. In variable, we have to assign, we have to do everything, right? If you declare with signal, it will automatically works. That's the different, but everything is same.
Is your question got answered? Okay. So with this, we'll wind up the Q&A session. So we're having a QR. So please do scan if you have any further questions, so that Shahira could answer to the questions and other people also can have a look into it. Yeah. Thank you so much, Shahira.
I still have two more slides. Yeah,
You have
yeah. No problem. I will finish it quickly.
Okay.
Oh my God, I'm sure this.
Okay. So yeah, now the question. So we have so much difficulties with the RxJS. Shall we stop using RxJS? What do you think? The future of Angular is RxJS optional. Is it true? Yeah. So can anyone answer? So yeah, can you answer? So is it optional now? Can anyone give mic?
Please don't open my WhatsApp, Shahira.
Gayatri.
Yeah.
I have some issue with the mic, like Mac. Sorry.
What happened? You want to open the PPT?
Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Can you?
So signals, I think it's not that much evolved as RxJS, and still lot of code, enterprise level code is written in RxJS. So I think it will be not going away soon. But yeah, for simple clean UI cases, we can still use signals. But still, we need powerful operators like you were showing, right? We sometimes we have to make use of that, and there is no alternative. We have to use RxJS.
Yeah. So Signal is introduced in Angular 16. Now we can use Angular 19 or 20 also have. So it's evolved. Signal is also evolved. Maybe if you try to use it in Angular 16, maybe you could have some issues. But with Angular 19 or 20, it's already up to date. You can use. But as you said, RxJS is also having powerful operators. We should use RxJS also for the complex API calls, the merging the API calls, all those things. Anyone have different idea? Okay. So yeah, as he said, we also need RxJS, we also need Signal. For the complex sync operations, we can use RxJS, but for the state management, we can rely on Signal. You don't need to use the fire, like you don't need to call the fire engineer to candle the light in the birthday function, right? That's so. You don't need RxJS to just manage the state management in the Angular application. You can use RxJS for the complex operations. So that's the takeaway for today. Since I don't have much time, maybe we can end up here. These are the takeaways. So RxJS is a powerful operator. The hybrid approach is always best for now. Since now there is no thing called like they are not making RxJS completely go off. It's an optional. You have to consume both to have a reactive UI. Yeah. Any questions? Okay. Yeah. If not, maybe you can post in that poll. That's it from my side. Yeah, thank you.
Hello.
Machi, take this.
Sure.
Yeah.
Start exam.
Okay. So we have a photo coverage here. We'll have a QR shown. So please do scan and check like if you have any of your photos, please download from this. Drive there. So this is the QR for Drive. You can check your photos and can download from this.
இது இதா இல்ல இது வந்து
Okay. Thank you so much, Shahira, for your session. It was very interesting and crowd pulling. So we'll have a small icebreaker post this, and we can have a panel discussion following.
So hi Ron. So like after we have hosted like a speaker, let's have like some exercise. We are going to have an activity. This is a quiz, so that it's like JS quiz. So it can have like fun questions also. So let's break some of our mind. Let's have a free session. Let's play together. So this is a QR code. You can scan this, and or else you can go to slider.com and you can put the website like pin, so that now you can see. I'll just tell the rules. Each questions takes 20 seconds. Just consider total 15 questions are there. I'll just repeat once. So we are going to play a activity which is a JavaScript MCQ. Not only the JavaScript, also some technical questions. Don't think like it's too technical. We have like some fun MCQs. So don't mistake me, like all are technical. And also one more special, like top 3 winners will be picked up and we will give a special prize for them for last 3 members, top 3 members. If anyone didn't join, can join. I'm sorry, Guja. I know. Shall we start or does anyone till not joined? Can we start? Or let's take over for 1 more minute. So 210, okay. So and the most interesting part is the winners for top one raid. They get JetBeans license and also some interesting awards also. Okay. I don't know. Okay. I think we could start. So this is our first question. I know it's kind of easy, but just fresh up your minds. Can everyone see? Okay. So the next question being. So this is our result. So second question. Some unwanted answer was be there. Just excluded. You can see now. Interesting. Sometimes like these is kind of like too hard to understand. Fourth ones be like most perfect answer, I guess. Sometimes we don't have that. Fourth one. Finally found that. I just told you. JavaScript is drunk. Okay. I know there'll be like kind of like unwanted or like interesting answers or options. I would choose third one. Make my code. Nan, not a number. I don't know who chose this question. It's kind of like interesting. Nice. Not another. He came out like after the questions. Still like 6 is done. 6 to 7. Wow. I think that like there are more JS JavaScript developers are there. Even is JSLovers. Oh, sir. I think we are having a heavy competition. I don't know who's getting the prize. Still 4 questions. And I think who's the winner is who's the lucky winner for getting the JetBeans license. And also like there are more than two amazing awards are there. Even like some of the questions like while I was like searchingly I got the answer. Even I don't know what the question is. Last 3 questions, guys. Some people say that Java and JavaScript are similar. They say that they both are same, Java and JavaScript. Last 2 questions. So these are the last questions. Let's see the who's the lucky winner to get the prize. And not only the quiz, also there are some we pick some members from our attendees and also give them a prize. Not only through competition, like the quiz and all. That's all. Let's see the who the lucky winner is. Can you stand up like first one? Egg Tech. Who's Egg Tech? 27. Congrats. And then second, Udaya, and then Ravajan, and then Prashant, and then Raghav Kumar V. All right. That's good. So yeah.
So the winners of this icebreaker, you'll be getting your prizes at the end of the event. Yeah, thank you, Dastagir and team for the icebreaker, and congrats to all the participants and the winners. So yeah, I think you all have noted that Neha said she's so biased to female people in the IT industry when she started JSLovers, right? Because we need to accept the fact that initially there was some inequalities, but which is not the same right now. If you see the fact in India, IT industry has the more number of female workforces when compared to the other domains. To be more precise, we have almost 36% of women workforces in the IT industry. So to just represent all these things, we have a panel discussion representing female only to know about their perspectives and the challenges they faced and the achievements they have did in their domain. So I'm very much happy to welcome Sudha, Bhavitra and Bhuvana to share their experience, and also happy to welcome Gayatri, the moderator of the panel discussion. So let's all give them a good hand and welcome you all, please.
Can anyone hear me? Audible? Okay, let's welcome everyone. Yeah, please join with me. First of all, very good morning to everyone presented here. Today I have three amazing women with me. Sudha, a technical manager, Purna, engineering manager, and then Pavitra, she's SD3 at Walmart and also a YouTuber. Today we're gonna share more insight about women tech journey, apart from their story, inspiration and everything. So first of all, I want to start with a very fun question. The question is gonna be little love at first sight question. So to start with, anybody can answer to this question. The first question is, what was your first experience with JavaScript? Like, was it love at first sight or a struggle?
Maybe I can take this question.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Very good morning to everyone. I think it's good afternoon now. Very nice to see everyone here. And first of all, congrats to the JSLovers team for 10 years. And thanks, Vignesh, for inviting us over. This JavaScript love at first sight is first sight or not. For me, it is. I would say I fell accidentally into JavaScript, but it was love at first sight for me. I was a backend developer. I was hired for a backend developer role. But in my company, there was a UI hackathon, which was which was pretty new to me, but I still wanted to give it a try. And I participated in that, which led me to where I am today. So, which is like love at first sight, because I just did it for the hackathon, won the hackathon, and that changed my career trajectory. So it was love at first sight.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Actually, JavaScript for me, it's initially it's a struggle because I'm a Java developer initially, and at the time, right, this Angular and all is booming. So my manager has pushed me and like put it in Angular. So I just read like HTML, CSS, and Angular, no JavaScript. I don't know whether JavaScript is alive like that. And after I working in a project, right, so I came to know, okay, JavaScript is solid. We have to understand the solid principle over that, like that. And then I have slowly reading everything related to JavaScript. So initially from Java, like being a Java developer, it's actually a strict rule, and there is a object oriented, and it is well defined thing, right? But rather on another side, like JavaScript is not like that. It is evolving, and it is so dynamic, so interactive. So I initially struggled when I learning JavaScript, but after after I understand the full potential of it, now definitely it is not love at first sight, but now I couldn't imagine web development without JavaScript. It's like that actually. Yeah.
That's very sweet. So Sudha.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to meet you all.
Okay, so to that question, I had a rocky start. Like Bhuvana, I was also a backend developer, but into a different stack. But I had a strong core on the OOPS concepts. But I didn't. It was not a love at first sight for me. I spent hours debugging where the undefined variable went away, and as promises were not used to me, I was like something into a callback hell. I was not even aware of the terms. I was struck actually. Though I really thought JavaScript did pretty steps, just front end development, just the UI rendering and such thing. Because I was into backend, I thought, oh, we could do the backend development in different stack. And okay, maybe for the UI, I'll just prefer the JavaScript. But I was completely wrong because now I'm into JavaScript related framework for the past 5 to 6 years now, and I'm getting stronger in that. So I should say my relationship with JavaScript would be a modern trend of situationship, which turned into a no real marriage. Yeah, I would say the quickie terms like that. Yeah.
Oh my God. The answer is like, ended up in different scenarios. For Sudha, it was actually like, situationship, ended up in marriage. For Bavitra, it was like a struggle. And for Burna, it is like love at first sight. So moving on to the next question. If JavaScript were a person, how would you describe its personality?
If JavaScript could be a person, right? How could I compare? Means like in every class in our college or school, there is one student, right? He or she might be, uh, not obedient, not following the rules, but they are so brilliant and so creativity, so adaptable and flexible like that. So I can compare that person to JavaScript because JavaScript is also a combination of creativity and it also not obeying any rules and regulations, and we couldn't. It is actually unpredictable. We don't know how it is behave in sometimes. So I can compare that person to JavaScript.
Okay, that's quite matching with my personality as well. Yeah, anybody want to answer the same question?
So as I said, I really underestimated JavaScript when I started the my coding into the JavaScript, right? So I really understand its full compatibility. So I would say if it was a personality, we would have watched Game of Thrones, I believe. Um, I really wanted to add a fun fact to that because I really underestimated the JavaScript, but I still we evolve, we all go to tech meetups, and this is my third session with JSLovers, and still we understand more concept into the JavaScript, right? So I would compare the personality with Lord Tyrion Lannister, who we really underestimated him at the initial seasons of episodes, and but through his wit and adaptability, I think he moved into a hand to multiple kings. So where the JavaScript lays the foundation for multiple frameworks, I believe. Yeah.
I mean, that's very mind blowing because I never watched Game of Thrones. So I'm gonna watch it today. Believe me, guys, aliens do exist. I'm one of the example. And Bruno, do you wanna add one more point?
For me, JavaScript as a personality, I can think of my children. So any child, right? When they come into our life, you feel like you know them, you want to do this and that. They really surprise you in certain point in time. There are times when you have to be very firm. There are times when you have to let it loose. JavaScript in the same way. There are times when you have to write like even though you can write without semicolon and all that, you make sure you are very firm. There are times when you would have to play with it because that's the joy of JavaScript. Exactly, right? Otherwise you would have used an object oriented programming language. So that's how I see JavaScript.
That's very sweet. So all three our panel members knew the answer is like very unique and very like in a funny way. So I would like to move on to next topic. It is basically like each one of your journey and challenge. So to start with that, I want any one of you pick up the imposter syndrome because I'm one of the person who has gone through imposter syndrome in my early stage of career. I wasn't able to move on from it. I struggled a lot. and there was a mentor who helped me to move on. So I want any one of you to pick that topic, and maybe you can guide us how we can go ahead in our career.
Actually, it is part of the job description. So we all, it's part of the job description actually. So we all feel lost. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here in the technical meetups to understand the concepts, I believe. So yeah, all will face the imposter syndrome. Even with more than 12 years of experience in tech, even I feel, even yesterday, that I had a small self-doubt on whether I'm good at that. You don't have to be good at that actually, not good at everything. I believe, maybe the concept that I follow, you have to good at the fundamental principles. So just make sure that are you understand about the fundamental principles. If not, just learn from the mediums. We have blog posts and tech meetups. We meet people, and we have to be open about it. Actually, you have team members. If you are good at something and your team member is good at different thing, just delegate the work to the person who's good at those things and just learn from them actually. To the practical level, we of course see the peers raised by our team members, right? So we don't have to self-debut more onto it and invest our time in it. Just find a fun moment, or just mentor a junior if you are more than 5 years of experience. Just mentor a junior level experience, or something like that, or find a network of peer people who you could ask dumb questions. I still have friends whom I will ask about something with flex, uh, because I'm not good at that. But it's okay to be there because I have a strong fundamental in a different thing. I'm not good at styling. I guess that's fine. I'll just evolve in where I'm good at. So self-doubt is just a part of the description. You just have to go through with it. And your question is right. It just handling is the way too complex. It never goes away actually.
Thank you so much. Like, I learned one thing is that instead of just sitting down, we can raise our hand and ask for doubts, and always seek for mentorship. And if we are like so much experienced, we can go and guide our junior engineers. Anybody else want to add more point?
Okay. Imposter syndrome, actually, everybody is facing, like every engineers out there, right? Like whether they are early stage or even experience, everybody is, facing this syndrome because um, actually this technologies are all evolving, right? Every month or every quarter, new frameworks is coming, like React, Angular, Vue, Next.js, yes, Next. Even I too don't know like these things and all, right? Next.js and Astro things and all. So the thing is, we know technology is evolving, so we shouldn't like bother like we have, oh no, we I know only React, I don't know other languages and all like that, right? Because not in the world like everybody knows everything, right? So we have to focus on what we are in the progress, like what we are doing. So trust on the progress what we have been doing, and also improve your problem solving thing, because that is so important as an engineer. And also you have to be adaptable for quick learning. So if any opportunities comes on, you are in the place like take it the challenge and you have to do it. So like that you also have to evolve. So this this syndrome and all, you have definitely you will be affected because self doubt everyone has. But focus on yourself and like you just compare how your past and how what's the best version now, like that you can compare and trust on yourself. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, that's actually very sweet. And I'm gonna move on to the next question. So basically, everyone, all three of the sweet panel members are tech mom. They all have kids. So I'm gonna ask something related to that. Being a tech mom, what are the hurdles you face in your daily life? It's gonna help us and so many like younger women in this audience. So we really want each of you to answer to this question.
Maybe I can start with it. I would rephrase the question. It's not anymore as mom or dad. It's being a tech parent. I would take it up because even at my household, we both have equal responsibilities in whatever we do. That's the first mindset that anyone should have. It's a tech parent. Both are working at home. Both are working at your office. Both have to take care of children. You have your responsibilities. Of course, it's not going to be easy. I feel it's not anymore. Again, parents are different, but still, Now the generation has lots of things to do. What, be it a parent or not a parent, it's always the how you manage your time. What are your priorities? One thing I feel I could have done before I became a parent is that figure out this time management, prioritize, have your time blocks. What is it that you're going to do? Having that figured out, if you concentratedly do like 5 hours of work every day, that's more than enough for you to complete your office job. Being a parent, I feel it has helped me a lot in my case. I am not sure if I would be this empathetic leader if I had not been a parent. I have always, I see my team as my children all the time. A lot of associations I'm able to make, lot of empathy, of course. So it has helped me a lot personally, is what I feel. That's my journey.
I mean, that one word is enough. When you put empathy, like, being a leader, it's very important quality to have, and that shows obviously. So, yeah.
Okay, being a tech mom, right? Actually, the first thing which you have to learn is, as a woman, time management and work-life balance. Because most of the women who are in tech, right, they are how to be jungling between a meeting, work meeting, and also taking care of it, and they have to switch it very fast, like work meeting, maybe coding, and also feeding the baby, like that, right? So like this, so the thing is, you have to set a boundary for both work and also personal life, right? It should not affect another. That's the first point. And next one is, as a new mom, right, everyone is fall into that guilt feeling, because we couldn't spend. There is a social pressure also. We have to, be perfect mom and be perfect work employee, like that, right? So the thing is, don't pressure yourself, uh, and um, and don't to be a perfect. That's a point, actually. So that's the thing I want to tell. And definitely, as a mom, you could learn so much, like how to do fast cooking, how to do efficiently, like this, and multitasking, this and all learn during this tech mom only. Yeah, that's all, actually. The thing is, don't put on pressure. It's okay to be unperfect, and also be prepared how to automate a task. If you're not present, you have to, if you're not in the home, it should be automate. Everything has to be done. So like that, you have to learn. So yeah, that's all from my side.
That's like most important tip, time management. And yeah, Sudha.
I agree with both of them actually. So the main thing is about the time management. You have to find time to have a focused learning on that. Because I believe, though some equal parenting is a concept still in this modern environment, I'm very sure that it's not actually the case in all home, right? So I really appreciate the people who's really doing that, but it's just okay to be not okay. So the industry moves fast. So getting into the deep expertise also plays a vital role in keeping up to the pace with other male counterparts, actually. So being in the leadership, when you turn after 10 years of experience, you become a tech lead or a team lead or sometimes a project manager. So that brings you more challenges, actually. But as you mentioned, being a mom really boosts us to become a better manager, better at prioritizing things. And I really appreciate that phase going through that. And it's also part of me that shaped me become who I am today. So, yeah.
I mean, all three of you answered it very sweetly, and I'm very happy to, ask this question to each one of you. So the topic was tech mom, and Bona changed it to tech parent. I highly vote for that. Tech parent is very important. It's not just mom; it's dad also who has to contribute. So moving on to the next question, I have a very special question for Bavitra. So we would like to hear your journey from a developer to a YouTuber. And did you face any criticism in your early stage? So sharing your experience will motivate more young minds to start their journey as well.
Um, okay. Okay. Actually, the developer to the YouTuber, right? This is not a like kind of transmission, like journey kind of. So actually, for narrating this, right, I need to go back to my early of career. So actually, my joining date, the first job joining date is the very next day of college. So I haven't get a break or relax time to after college, right? So after I joined the probation period, and I'm busy with the client project and projects, and then I prepare for the product based company, so data structure algorithm, and like programming, so like that my whole the part of the career, right, it is kind of fast forward like that. I haven't kind of get a break. But when I took the maternity leave, right, that is a time where I got okay, relax, and there is no job, there is no work, there is nothing in our mind, okay, taking care of baby and nourishing myself. So in that moment I have found like myself what I am just giving back, because when we are in the college, of course seniors will come and motivate us how to get into a job like that. And on that time and all, as an audience, I felt like okay, I one day I also come and speak to our juniors and help something else like that. So in the maternity, like definitely it's in that leave only I just thinking about okay, we can do something on online presence, something else, blog or something we have to do. And like that I have started this YouTube thing. But it is not like kind of okay today I got this idea, okay today itself post, like not it is, because I have so many self doubt, because I thought like whether my voice matters to everyone or whether I inspire others. There are so many things, whether everyone is accept my content or not, whether audience will accept my knowledge, like that I have so many things in my mind. And at last one day I have shoot the my first video and post it on after a month or 2 months, I think so. So in that moment, right, I keep it myself. No, I'm not sharing to even to my parents or even to my husband, nothing, because I have that much self doubt. I don't know whether like because I'm not a social person, right? Even I haven't post my photo in Instagram or FB, anything, right? So this much doubt I had, and slowly I come up with second video, third video, like that. Till that, I'm only subscriber to my channel. That's all. But after that I just show to these things and all to my my brother who are also in college. And he said okay, it's okay, and then he published, like he put it in the status, like that only it is evolving actually. So the thing is, if anyone over here uh, um, inspire like to come into a YouTube or online presence means, yeah, definitely you have to come, because online, digital footprint is so important. Because the one day I have took that thing, right, like publishing it my video to the YouTube. So that decision is keep me here. So I advise you all, like self doubt is be there, make that first step, so everything will changes. So yeah, that's all.
I mean, that's very nice. So actually, the one sentence I learned from you is that we give back to the community to grow. When you want to grow, you really have to give back to the community. That's when your real growth happens. So next, moving on to Bona, she is running a book club. So actually, it's for kids. I really want to hear about it. What was your inspiration and your relationship with your kids, and how it evolved to start a book club?
Yeah, I'm not sure how many would be interested here, but yeah, I'll keep it short. I also run a children's book library, and I do storytelling sessions, small kids book club kind of things in the park. This is again has huge inspiration from my job, because as Pavitra was saying, I had my own thing of giving back to community. I have met a lot of people here because I was active in the community. I show up in the meetings, I speak and all that. When I had kids, I wanted a similar setup for my kids where kids don't have meeters and their circle is very small in what they see at school. I want to have them a place where it's not just restricted to what you see in schools. In school, you have like-minded people. It's very close circle, right? They don't get exposed to outside of the that culture. I wanted them to come out, visit like a public park, how it is for you. Because initially I had my own thing, like I want my kids to have the best of the best. But that's not the case. They should navigate the life as life. It's not our environment. So that's one thing that started where I took the books to the park, spread the knowledge, had kids come and did storytelling sessions to inspire them and all that. That's where I saw there are lots of good books for kids, which is not getting exposed. And also there is not everyone is aware of all that. That's when I started like an online library. Again, my tech background helped me to build something like that. And now I have around like 100 parents who use that library. Yes.
Wow, that's really a good number. So parent presented here or anybody like who wants the childrens to like, start reading book, please you can connect with Bona later. You can get more insights from her. So my next question is to Sudha. So Sudha, we would like to ask you this special question since you're part of JS Lovers also for a very long time. So especially for the younger generation, when they grow up, they start to make lots of mistakes and it's completely all right. How they can come out and like, participate in conference and meet up like this, how they can seek mentorship from the community. So we'd like to hear from you.
Okay. So for the juniors or the seniors, it's applies the same thing. We actually have to learn something new every week, every month, or every year. So you keep the timeline based on your priorities. So I keep my priorities based on this focused timeline only, because that's what makes us resilient in all the work type of mode that we finally land on actually. If it's being an engineering manager or being a technical lead or even the director of technology, you just have to find the right resources that you feel okay, this is the right platform that I believe that I could always follow upon and I could really helps me with the day-to-day work. Then just keeps on with it. You don't have to follow all the tech mediums or GitHub discussions, because Stack Overflow will never be in place if we don't have the doubts or the even the connection problem that we with the DB connection. Even we face sometimes a problem. We might have done it 10 times in the last 2 to 3 years, but still we stuck at the one sentence. But, oh, the connection is not successful. Why would be the case? Of course, we will face this. This is not the mistake that we make. We were just prioritized in our things in a different way, and we do various things on every day and every month. So you just follow a particular tech medium and this tech meetups that happens in Chennai. I understand the Chennai web engineering team and the JS Lovers are here. They have a peer of networking that happens after hours, right? So just use that up. We never had these kind of platforms while I was a mid-level engineer actually. I just be open about my team member or the lead. I just go and say, I'm not sure where this undefined goes. That literally was the case we would have crossed actually. So just be open about it. If there is a knowledge gap, just fill it up. So just ask 4 questions to yourself, even if it's a small stories in Agile that you work or a simple task that you perform, what you know, what you don't know, and what's actually required for this. Even if it's a complete feature and you just don't know the only single part of it, just delegate the work. That's where you learn from. It's just like we restrict ourselves after 4 to 5 years of experience. We restrict ourselves asking doubts to our self peer members actually. That's not actually right actually. Even they have those doubts. When you start opening up, your team members will start opening up. That's a healthy a relationship that you could follow. That's the team bond or the collaboration that engineering leading team would really advise us to do. So for that, you need a better managers or better at handling things. That will always be in the place and where the business meets the requirements. So I would say just find the sources. The right answer would be in the short, just find the right resources. This tech meetup, it was not in place when I was a middle developer. It's really a handful of sessions that you could do, just go on a weekend. That was never really in the place. Just make use of the meetups, the sessions, even the YouTube videos that Bavitra posts. you will sure learn a simple thing that you might have forgotten about it. Just make use of those things. That's it, I guess.
Okay. So one thing I want to you see, you sweetly put it. So before you go and ask help for other, the first thing you have to do is ask question to yourself. That will bring more clarity. Like any task, any work, you would ask question to yourself, and then you go on, you ask your seniors and managers. Thank you so much, Sudha. So we left out with only 5 minutes. So with the one of you to take your time and give shout out to any mentors or anyone that you come across in your life who helped you to to come and sit here and have this beautiful conversation. I want you to take a moment and come up with your inspiration or anybody.
Start. I can't point one, but this is something that I tell a lot of people. The first 5 or 6 years in your journey, when you start out, right, it's very, very important. Lucky for me that I joined a company which was open enough to show me that all these are there. Even before meetups were in place in Chennai, we were doing lots of technical conference in office. I still see some of the members here. I was like 2 years or 3 years experience when I went for hiring in college, which was quite a shock for me myself. You know, right? How much doubts you have. I was sitting here in the same panel as a interviewee. Now I am like interviewer. So I have had those experience. I feel it was because of the company, the exposure that it gave. A lot of mentors I got there, still whom I connect with. So finding the right mentors is really important, as Sudha was also mentioning, the right resources, right mentors. So first 5, 6 years, the company that you work for, everything matters.
Okay, thank you so much. All thanks to goes to your first 5 to 6 years company. That's really great that you very honestly put it out, Bhavitra.
Actually, there are so many mentors for me because I usually try to connect who are, inspires me a lot. So I couldn't, specify a name over here, but I would like to, thank and show my gratitude over here in this forum to them to inspire me and push me to next level. And how could you find your mentor means like first thing is the easy way is definitely you will have the seniors in your college, right? In your college or school, they are in the good position in the industry, right? And they could be an industrial expert also. So first try to connect with them so that how they are, evolve, like how they get into that position. Just connect with them, and definitely senior junior relationship is something that is the best part because one of my senior only is helped me don't be in senior service based company, just try to jump into a product base like that, because I'm from the triple E background. So definitely I don't know the data structure algorithm, and I'm not that much keen for problem solving things and all. So that man has helped me a lot and pushed me to next level. So now so many companies is I'm just giving interview. So I would like to thank them. That is the first one. And second one is, there are so many nowadays, there are so many mentorship program also is there, so you can participate over there and joining kind of communities. And you can also join open source projects, and there are some community projects also will be there, so you can join over there and you learn from others, right? Definitely in the communities and all, networking section will be there, and you can talk with anyone, and definitely you will find something out of this door, right? So make use of this forum and all, because now it's actually so evolving. Because on my early stage of career, it's not like that. We have to call, we have to give a chat in the LinkedIn. So many people is not reply back. But now this communities and all, you can meet the persons directly, so directly go and catch it up like that. So yeah.
I mean, thank you so much. So the guys, if you notice, the relationship with your seniors is very, very important, and your online presence as well. That's how you grow and you find your mentors and everyone. Thank you so much, Bhavitra. I see there are lots of people who inspired you a lot. Next, yeah, Sudha, we want to hear from you.
So, with respect to the technical perspective of who inspired me, would be my peer friends you'll have technical friends who would always join you for the meetup. I'm sure one of you might have taken your male or a girlfriend who would have taken you for this meetup. So I would really see them as my mentor actually, or my failures the mistakes I make. Because to that friend, I can ask a really dumb questions that I really hesitant to ask with another developer. So, and my mistakes that I that made in the journey of tech development, because industry moves fast and we have to keep up with the pace, but it's not possible every time. So I just see those to be my mentors who keeps me still in the field and keep it going actually. But as this concept is about women who JavaScript, I really would like to highlight people, or look forward to someone would be the JSLovers Neha Sharma. It's not easy to take a meetup from complete north into make it to a south. Um, uh, as we know, Tamil Nadu மக்கள் வந்து ஈஸியா எல்லாத்தையும் ஏத்துக்க மாட்டாங்க. So it's not easy. Even the tech meetup comes in Chennai. Now it's not just one or two meetups. It's more meetups. Even for the AI, the JavaScript, Chennai React, JSLovers, Toy Connect, and the Chennai Web Engineering, and so much. It's not easy to follow these much meetups and survive in this Chennai people. Tamil மக்கள்கிட்ட வந்து அது ஒரு சர்வை பண்றது ஈஸி கிடையாது. So I really see those are all the mentors we could just inspire from. And another one would be Geeta Kannan. She her commitment that lays path for so many women in the technology, and particularly the open source, actually inspires me, and I would like to be someone who inspires others in future, like those people. Thank you.
Honestly, Sudha, you have inspired so many of us, including me. Obviously, lots of credit goes to Dega Sharma and Geeta Kannan. So, guys, like sometimes you don't have to always go out and look. The inspiration is surrounded by in your friend circle as well, your geeky friends. So, with the closing note, thank you, Pavitra, Burna, and Sudha for having this wonderful discussion. I would like to thank JSLover for giving us this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Gayatri, for Gaya for making sure that this moderation and everything with the panel members goes really well.
Oh, that's
and
very
thank you for
sweet.
the audience.
Thank
you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you so much, the whole team. I think everyone shared their experiences, like how they started from scratch. And personally, I could relate myself because we don't know like what others go through or what others have faced unless they give their shout out like what they have gone through. So in that sense, like I could relate like me in every one of your incidents. So thank you so much for sharing all your experiences. So next, there comes the second tech talk by Moses. Moses, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I think it's good afternoon. Yeah. So, how is everyone? Meanwhile, the setup. I don't see a lot of happy faces. Why? Good afternoon. Can I hear a good afternoon back? Yeah. Yeah. So, meanwhile, the setup. I just want you guys to turn to the person next to you and just give them a warm greet, a smile. Don't use this as an opportunity to get their number. Just a greet, yeah. All right, so my name is Moses. I come from Empower, which is the second largest retirement plan provider in US, with 1.7 trillion assets and 19 million happy customers. And I come from a team called Technology innovation lab. I think you guys also see it. So what is fun about the team is we get to innovate with the contemporary stuff, trending technologies like AI. So I work in generative AI. It's been a year or so experimenting a lot of things, very exciting stuff. So one of the things that we did was build a RAG. I think everybody knows RAG, right? It's kind of a buzzword. If you don't know it, you're I think the person next to you would say that you're outdated. So I worked with RAG. Have you guys heard about conversational AI? Anybody? Conversational AI, yeah, conversational AI. And have you guys heard about speech to text, text to speech models? Yeah, I think it's there also. And I've also done a lot of experiments with respect to uh, text to SQL. So I know it's all contemporary. It's all even though we are JS people, I think everybody would understand the trends. Yeah. So one of the things that we did was we made the LLM understand SQL query with human language. So it was an experiment where we had to not just generate a SQL query, but also to verify it. So we used LLMs to do it so that it gives a right answer. So coming from a fintech background, I would say like we are very careful with the data that we deal with because we treat it responsibly, and because of our customers trust us with their data, so we trend carefully, and there are a lot of legal and compliance issues so that we have to take care of meanwhile experimenting. So that's why can we go to the next slide? Next and next slide. Yeah, third slide. Yeah. Yeah. So we are also working on responsible AI, which is nothing but uh, you want your customers to trust the data that you give, right? So a lot of times you guys would have faced hallucination, right? So your code won't work and a lot of stuff. So we work in building a responsible AI, which is nothing but not just hallucinate, but build a trustworthy AI kind of stuff where you rely on it. So we are still working with it. A lot of companies are pursuing it. How many of you have watched GTC 2025? Anybody? NVIDIA conference? Anyone? Okay. So the thing is like lot of people are into these kind of conferences. I see a lot of tech folks going to AI conferences than a concert. So it's evolving, it's trending, and I am privileged to work on it. So today I'll give a brief about agents. I'll start from how it evolved. I'm sure you guys would have heard agents, and there are a lot of content out there like building agents, and it's kind of the current buzzword, I would say, in social media. And a lot of stuff is just workflow and not just real agent. So we'll talk about what a real agent is, and I'll um, just explain how it evolved. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah. So there is a different opinion with different companies about what a agent is. So this is my definition. So for example, Google says it's like an agent learns from its environment, like as in reinforcement learning, like how self-driving cars work. And OpenAI talks about in the context of agent, it talks about tools, function calls, an agent has, and it works autonomously with that capabilities. So in my perspective, AI agent is autonomous system that does a work without human intervention. So, for example, let's take a task. Let's ask. You guys would have seen OpenAI's deep search, right? Like you can see that as an agent, like if you give a task, it will do a search on a list of items, and it will give you based on your prompt, it will give you a response. Yeah, so that can be taken as an example of an agent. So before we deep dive on agent, I just want you guys to understand from the beginning how it was, so that it'll be easy for you guys to connect with agents. Next slide, please. We'll just see a little bit of evolution, and that there is also a demo on single agent and multi-agent that I can walk you through, guys. So initially, it was like LLMs didn't understand much. It was just giving some information based on your query. For example, if you ask what is the capital of India, it will give you an answer, something like that. LLMs were trained to do it, and it was doing that. It was just generate or predicting the next word. So what LLM does is just predicts the next word based on the prompt. So it was just doing that initially. Next slide, please. So this is a simple example, like it's from LangChain. So you could see that I'm asking what is the capital of France, and it is giving out the answer that France is Paris. So I'm using Amazon Titan and using Bedrock. This is a simple example. This is how it was back when there was traditional prompting. Next slide, please. And then we entered into a technique of new prompting called chain of thought. I think you guys would have heard chain of thought. Yeah? Yes? Yeah. So chain of thought is like, for those who don't know, I'll just explain in simple terms. So I come from a place where we talk respectfully. Yes, you guys guessed it. I come from Coimbatore. And so from coming from Coimbatore to Chennai, let's say I have to decide which path, like which mode of transport I can choose. So either it's a car or a train or a flight. So there are various factors, right? So it can be weather. So I don't prefer driving because it's exhausting. And train, I don't like train journey. Some people might not, right? So initially, LLMs weren't thinking all of these through to answer. It was just giving out answer, like from Coimbatore to Chennai. What is the best way? If you ask, it will just give you a random answer. That was how it was initially. And then when chain of prompting came into the picture, it broke the problem into simple steps to get to the solution. For example, it broke down from based on the context, like how I said, it to decide to make a decision. It took a train, a flight, all of the factors into consideration, and it gave you an answer. Next slide, please. So this is an example of that prompt. So as you can see that I am prompting that you are a helpful assistant. Think step by step to solve the problem. So because of this, it calculates speed by breaking it out like step one, and then comes to a conclusion. Yeah, so that's how LLM evolved, and we were able to see a lot of better response because of this prompting, because it thought through, not just randomly predict answer, but it thought through before giving an answer. Yeah. The next slide, please. Yeah. So yeah, I'm here. The history is done. Now Google came up with a research called React framework. So that is nothing but reasoning and acting. This laid the foundation for what we see as an agent. So we saw that there is something called chain of thought prompting, right? So after that, they came up with something called acting to the reason the LLM does. So you guys would have known function in programming paradigm, right? So for example, let's say that for a prompt, the LLM will call a function based on the prompt. So that is an example how React works. Um, you guys would have seen OpenAI's web search, right? So it doesn't work in all your prompts, but in some prompts, it searches for you and it will get a result, right? So that is an example of how a agent works. So the term function calling in agents define that invoking of a function or a tool that is available to the agent. It may be a API, it may be a function, whatever it is. But giving the agent the capability, giving the LLM the capability to invoke the tool is called function calling. Next slide, please. So enough of talk. Let me just show you an example of how function calling works. So I've given it two queries. I've given it weather data of multiple cities, Tokyo, Paris, etc. And what that this output is doing is that it is taking my query, what is the weather in Tokyo, and it is trying to act based on my query, and it is responding based on my query. So in this context, the LLM has tools called or you can say three functions to make it simple: think function, act function, respond function, or react function. So based on that tools, based on the context, it decides to invoke each function and gives you an answer. So this is a simple agent where it has tools and it invokes. So the example that I did is in LangGraph and LangChain. So there are a lot of frameworks out there. I just use this as an example to show, like, if you see the weather data is there, and there is thing function where I give it. Sorry. Yeah. Can you guys see it? Yeah. Yeah, reshare. Yeah. So if you see, I give it a prompt and I am giving it the available tools, like there is a weather API for you. If you want to use it like that, and basic stuff like and act based on the tools available to you and respond. So if as you guys saw the output, it not just responded to your query, but also invoked the tool. So this was done by OpenAI in 2023. They leveraged the React framework from Google's research team, and they attached tools to the GPT 3.5 and 4, and they came up with something called agent. So now that we've seen a simple agent, I can show you guys a multi-agent. Have you guys heard about multi-agent? Back to the presentation, please. Have you guys heard about multi-agent? No? No? Yeah. All right. So next slide, next slide. So I've come up with a simpler solution for that everybody can understand. So my agent will be your marketing strategist. So I have four people. That is four agents, four LLMs. One is a research analyst, one is the marketing strategist, content creator, and reviewer. So these are four LLMs, and these will work together to craft a marketing plan for you. So what this research analyst, as you can see, it crafts the marketing notes for each agent. I've given it instructions to follow so that it coordinates together to give you a draft of marketing plan. The example that I taken is just the marketing plan, but it has a lot of capabilities that you can use. But for this example, I've taken a marketing agent. So let's see a demo of this marketing agent. So for this example, I'm using AWS Bedrock to invoke LLMs. You can use anything. So you can see that I'm asking for the company name. Probably we can give Ford Motor because we are in Ford. I hope this name is the right one. So you can see that there are a lot of HTTP requests going in. So these are my LLMs being invoked based on the context. So I gave it some prompting and it is getting invoked and you are seeing the response of it. So I'll maybe meanwhile they work together, I can show you a few parts of the code. For example, this marketing notes. So I've given it some framework on how my marketing notes should be. For example, how the brand identity would be, how what should you do for the competitor analysis, and what is the marketing trend, and it is all generic. I've just given it generic instructions on how to work so that it works together. And I've created a YAML file, a configuration file, you can say, to give the instructions and to configure which LLM for it. Sorry. Yeah. So this is how I given instructions. I can modify it. I use YAML because I can modify it. There are a lot of paradigms out there you can follow, but I prefer this. Yeah. So my marketing agent has come up with a plan for Ford Motor Company. Okay. So I hope this is visible to everyone. Yeah. So as you can see, these are not pre-drafted responses, but responses from the LLM. So I've created a comprehensive summary on what the demographic of, what it should target audience, channel, and message and whatnot, and also what it should drive in its innovation and technology. This is just for illustration purposes. I just use Ford Motors because we are in Ford, just for a random name. And you can see it gives you marketing strategy, like how to drive sales, um, and what are marketing channels you can use, and it comes up with even campaign ideas. So what Ford can use for campaign ideas, and with a 3-month plan. So the reason why it came up with all of these steps is because I've given it a framework to coordinate with each other, and because of that it came up with this. I also did a small research, sorry, with Swiggy as well, so that you guys can connect to it. So here also you can see that it did a competitor analysis like Zomato, Uber Eats, Food Panda, and It also came up with all the other things that we were able to see. So in retrospective, this is an agent that it is there that I developed, that anybody can leverage because of LLMs. For example, tomorrow you might come up with a coding agent. So you guys would have seen Devin, yeah, right? Yeah. So a lot of these tools use LLMs effectively to accomplish things. So there are a lot of frameworks out there. The framework that I used is called LangChain, LangGraph. Uh, that is that is just to illustrate this example, but there are a lot of frameworks out there like Crew AI, Audigen that you can get your hands on with. Um, so because of time, I just want to finish off with one thing. Um, have you guys heard about GitHub Copilot? Yes, yeah. So Anthropic came with something called Claude Code. Have you guys heard about Claude Code? Anybody heard about Claude Code here? Yeah, so yeah. For those who know, I will just explain how it works. For those who don't know, as a developer, I would urge you to look at these tools to leverage to your advantage, because uh, these were helpful. So I used Claude Code to build this agent, which should have taken 2 weeks at least to understand the framework. It took 2 hours for me to build this. I used Claude Code for that. So this is a assistant tool which creates code for you, solves your error. You can raise PRs. You can even ask it to review your comment, review the code, something like that. For example, let's see this in action. Probably. So meanwhile, it compiles and tries to understand. I will explain you how this works. So you guys know Linux. Everybody's worked with, right? So you guys know grep, file edit, file read. So Anthropic came up with the agentic coding tool. I emphasize coding because agent is a general term. It can be crafted to multiple tasks. So this is specific to coding. So what this coding tool does is it has multiple tools. For example, it has a grep tool. It has file edit, agent tool, bash tool, log tool, whatnot. So these are all Linux specific tools that it invokes to edit. For example, as you see, like I just asked it to go to marketing agent. It just went from it just searched the right place and it did a brief for me. So it came up with a solution that it uses Amazon Bedrock, and it gave what are the roles, what are the features, what are the workflows, all of that. So Claude does it for you. I've attended a lot of conferences just for refactoring the code, just for improving the performance, something like that. So Claude does it for you. It reads your code, it understands your code. Yes, it can make mistakes, but you can leverage Claude code for your advantage. This is also an example of how agents work in terms of coding. Yeah. I just want to leave with one thought, that I would say there are a lot of stuff that is coming in. Yesterday, even Microsoft released a VS Code agent and Copilot Vision. There are a lot of things coming in. So as a JavaScript developer, I would urge you to leverage these tools, not just fear on it. So lot of fear that AI would, come in and take my work. But I would say use the AI to your advantage. Be a intelligent developer where you leverage it to your advantage. Where it took 2 weeks for me to develop a multi-agent, it just took 2 hours. So you can do the same. Yeah, thank you.
Can you show that? So if you have any questions, you can scan the QR code and ask there. Okay. Either. So we have an announcement and we have.
We can accommodate like 1 or 2 persons for a Q&A. If anyone is intent to ask questions, you can for now. Else, you can use this QR code to post your questions. Our speakers would answer to the questions, and others can have a look on it. We'd like to have a small announcement from Vignesh.
Yeah. So there is a conference happening in Bangalore called React Nexus. So React Nexus is an international React conference. It will be attended by 750 plus React developers. So it's happening on July of this year, 3rd and 5th. So we are community partners for this conference. So please do attend this conference. Actually, my story is like kind of I attended React Nexus last year. So it was my first React International Tech Conference, first tech conference. So it was an amazing experience for me. I gained a lot of insights, made a lot of connections. So it opened a large number of windows for me. So I do suggest please attend conference this, not only this, conferences like this. Go and gain knowledge, network with people. So at this moment, I would like to thank Chennai React as well because they did a giveaway last year. So I participated in the giveaway and won a React Nexus ticket. That's how I got to win to React Nexus. So this time, Chennai React will also do a giveaway. JSLovers will also do a giveaway. So for the giveaway part, we shared the QR code, right, for photos. Your photos will be there. You can take and upload in LinkedIn or Twitter, mostly LinkedIn. So we will select a person from that post and give them a free React Nexus ticket. So you can take the photos here. We have Stanley outside. So we will have the share the drive link, right? Take photos and share and win your ticket. So attend this conference as well. We will share the, if you can't win the ticket, we will share a coupon code as well for the 20% discount or 10% discount. Thank you. Last
Okay, so scanning this QR, you can find the photos uploaded in the drive. So reiterating what Vignesh said is like we have one giveaway ticket for Nexus React event. So to avail the giveaway ticket, all you need to post your photos with some creative and informative description about your experience in JSLovers event. Tagging is very much tagging us is very much important so that we could have a look on that, and very creative post will get the giveaway ticket, and the winners will be announced tomorrow. Yeah. So with this, we'll wind up for the lunch. Lunch is available in the second floor, Choix Hall. So CHOIX. So Choix Hall. You can have your lunch, and we'll try to restart the event by 2. Since we try to
Hi guys, can you hear me? Okay. All right. Okay. Hope you had a very good lunch. Thanks for coming back. Okay, so we're gonna start the session. Before that, we have two announcements to make. And as you see the screen, this is an upcoming session in Hyderabad, which is going to happen on May uh, 17th. Okay, so it's going to be a community tie-up between React, Chennai React, JSLovers Chennai, and as well as viewers. So if you're interested, please join us there. Also inform to your friends as well. Okay, you can scan. Yeah, maybe can you keep it one more second? Yeah, you can scan to register. Yeah, and the as I said, there were two, right? So the next one is one more announcement, like which is happening this month. It is again a tie-up between a community and an open source library. The community is Firedux, and the open source library is DevRel Squad. And the session is about AI and Data Science Collective. Okay, so if you'd like to again join this session, it is a Zoom info, so you can also take this as a note and join the session as well. Yeah, thank you.
So we could see people coming back from lunch, which I hope like will be completed like in another 5 to 10 minutes. So meanwhile, in this time, we'll have a small icebreaker with which we can kickstart a panel discussion. So yeah.
Hello. So hello everyone. Very good afternoon, and I hope everyone had their lunch. So how it was? Okay. Is it audible now? Okay. So how was the lunch? Heavy. Okay. So are you guys feeling sleepy? Okay. So let's have a sleep breaker now instead of an icebreaker. Okay. So you can scan the QR code to join the quiz, and Kamakshi will be explaining the rules. So over to.
Okay, guys, I'm audible. Okay. So we have picked 10 random questions. So all the question is not from only the JavaScript. Some of the questions are just an image we will show, and you need to answer from that image. So for that is you need to pay some attention. Why? Because initially we will show the question as well option. So after few seconds only we are showing our images, and that will be hidden after few seconds. You need to pay some attention, and within that time you need to pick the answer.
Okay.
So can you please scan this QR?
I hope this is working. Can anyone confirm?
Now 2:29. We can start by 2:30. Can we start? This side okay?
So I hope everyone has joined, and
Guys, all are joined? Okay. Here.
okay guys, we are starting.
Lovely
Sam
Steam
Walton.
joined.
I think it's
Mr.
easy,
Bob
right?
joined. AJ Kaushik joined.
Name of the third logo.
You need to wait
Phil Nut
and
joined.
pay your attention on the image.
Claude.
Kirti Raj joined.
MSD joined.
Function passed as an argument to another function. Callback. Identify the object in the image.
Random woman joined.
Floppy disk. Guess the name of the famous personality. Mark Zuckerberg. Which OS is it? Windows Experience. I run JavaScript beyond the browser. What am I? Node.js. Which one is not shown in the image?
Pay attention on the image.
Next.js. Who am I? Hoisting.
Final question, you will be getting an bonus point.
Final question. Double points.
What does REST in REST API stands for? Representational state transfer.
Third place. Raghav Kumar V. Second place.
So I request
Balaji
Vignesh to
Chandrasekhar.
just stand and
And the winner is Quick Guinea.
just okay, the top three.
Quick Who is first?
Second and third.
Okay. Give some applause to them. They will be getting their gifts after some time. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah. Thank you so much, team. So we'll get back to our most awaited panel discussion of the second half of the event. So as you all aware, a panel discussion on which the JavaScript and AI related stuffs will be discussed. So I'm very much happy to call upon Satya, Karthik and Bhavani to the stage. I'm also happy to invite Vignesh as the moderator. The stage is yours, guys.
Thank you. No, Mike. You guys change the order.
Yeah, this one. Sorry? You wanted me to sit there?
They want to swap the order.
Vignesh, you want that mic?
Okay. Skip it. So good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a very good lunch, right? So எப்படி இருந்தது நல்லா இருந்ததா? I really liked it. Super. Super. Good food. Yeah, good food. How do you guys like the lunch? Pandas?
Lunch.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, let's start with so how do you guys got into tech? You guys are the role models for a lot of people here. So they came inspired by you. So who inspired you to got into tech, or how did you got into tech? So what's your story? Tell us to the audience.
Am I audible? Yeah. So first of all, thank you so much for spending your afternoon with us. I hope I can actually deliver some value to you and at least inspire one of you to do something good. And amazing organization. And thank you for inviting us. I'm meeting Satya for the first time. I know Bhavani very well as well. So to come to your question about what got me into tech, the first time I used very brand new HCL desktop that was awarded for my dad. That was the first time that I touched a computer, and that changed everything. It was as if I can make. I'm so old that dial-up was being rolled out back then to Chennai, and it wasn't even a thing back then. And the ability to talk to my relatives over Yahoo chat was mind blowing, and I wanted to know. That's when my curiosity started, and I wanted to know how these things work, rather than just using it. So that's what got me into tech back then.
Yeah, thanks everyone for joining us, and thanks Vignesh for inviting us. It's great to be here. I hope I'm audible. Can you hear me all fine? Okay, perfect. So yeah, getting to the question. So I got into tech when I was I started coding when I was really young, like in fourth, fifth standard. I was making websites. That's how I got started. I was writing HTML by hand. Unlike now where we just use a framework. So I love the process of creating something from scratch and seeing it visually on screen. That's got me hooked on coding, being a creative process. And I also like computer games. So I spent a lot of time on the computer and coding was a way to justify to my parents the time spent with the computer. So that's how I got into coding.
That's great. Bhavani?
Hey Vignesh, thank you so much for inviting us again. My coding story, like he said, I call coding as two independent things. One is the creative thing where you see a website and you want to recreate it. I took the other route. I like puzzles a lot. And for me, programming was a way to solve a lot of puzzles. For example, it started with generating 100 numbers on my school computer. And then I just increased that number to 10,000 and then to a lakh and then to 10 lakhs. And it just kept going. And that was the thing that hooked me. It was in C, and then C++ came. In college, I learned Java. And then that puzzle solving mechanism never stopped.
That's great. Yeah. So let's go with Satya. So the first question is like, I think most of us would have been having this doubt. So what is the future of JavaScript in the world of AI?
Okay. This is my very subjective personal opinion. I see. So there's different takes on this, right? Like, for example, when the whole LLM space was becoming popular, like a couple of years ago, everything was written in JavaScript, was written in Python. But now you see a lot of new agentic frameworks being written in JavaScript. So I see JavaScript developers are like the LLM community is understanding that JavaScript developers are product developers and they're building products and we should cater to them. So they're building new APIs, new frameworks for JavaScript developers. So if you're a JavaScript developer, this is now a great time to build AI, get into AI, because there's a lot of resources now. So I see JavaScript being very useful in building new AI applications. On the flip side, like I also see AI generating. AI actually finds if you actually use like V0 and the other tools, they're actually really good at white coding front end, right? Which is JavaScript code, which is because React is actually really good for humans, and it also is good, happens to be good for computers because it's very declarative. So that's like the low hanging fruit, and LLMs can now generate like and prototype code, but you still have to understand like your framework JavaScript to improve upon that and make it more complex. So I see JavaScript not going away on both sides. I see us getting more easier to write JavaScript, not that we'll stop writing JavaScript or any code for that matter. It doesn't have to be specific to JavaScript. The only thing specific to JavaScript here is LLMs happen to write a lot of JavaScript now. But in general, LLMs can write more code.
Yeah.
So that's my take. If you're a JavaScript developer, start looking at the resources on how to use LLMs and AI. There's a lot of nice frameworks now.
Okay. I think JavaScript is the cockroach that will never die.
I don't know if cockroach is the right word here. Maybe there's this quote by the person who created JavaScript. He says, always bet on JavaScript. Basically, if it can run JavaScript, it will run JavaScript. So we'll find a way to make JavaScript work in every scenario because all the developers are writing JavaScript. JavaScript developers are the biggest community of developers, right? So yeah.
Okay, thank you. So Karthik, a question to you, like from a perspective of a CEO. So you have been running script for the past 13 years, right? So how do you see this advancement in AI?
Sure. So for the first time, I started to feel, number one rule that we have is we'll never jump into anything fancy. Like we did that with blockchain. We did that we just let the wave go, let people in the valley ride, and then we'll see what sticks, right?
Okay.
Because I believe that's what VCs are for in most of the cases. And AI is the first time we felt like the time machine has been broken. Like we felt like we, as the entire founder community, has been fast forwarded and put in a level playing field where you can write the best code if you have the best intentions for the customer. Like, for example, we have been investing a lot in local first development ever since we saw linear, of course. We've been trying it before that, but it was only limited to GraphQL, and we didn't understand how the queuing was working. But all of a sudden, we felt like we knew how it worked because we were just good prompt engineers, right? So this is the advantage that it has given all of us. So no more saying that, hey, it's going to take a lot of time to figure out something. Um, but the only thing that's going to differentiate great products from okayish products is the experience that they are willing to give the user. Now the intention is set. If you set the intention saying that I just want to see the pinnacle of my product perform really good in front of the user, then you can do it with AI, right? But please don't rely on vibe coding because they don't have emotions. They see, of course, AI has been there for a long time, and old people like me will always say that, hey, we know AI because we wrote recommendation engines for insurance companies back in 2013. But the problem is now AI has become convincing for everyone, even if it is doing something that's wrong. Like today morning, I was playing around with one of the tools that I'm building on the side, and it said the entire code base is wrong. But 2 days ago, it was like fine. Like this is the best thing that you're gonna get, right? So you still need amazing developers to validate what it is doing and then guide it through and take advantage. The biggest advantage that founders will have, especially bootstrap people like us, is the time at the time that it's taking to go from an idea to a most usable product, right? After that, you optimize. After that, you guide the AI through the problems rather than relying on it. So I'm so excited because the field is flat right now, and I can have my engineers code at the level of what the Valley programmers do, or the Primogen kind of guys do at Netflix and all those things, right? So that I see it as an advantage.
Yeah, I think Primogen won't agree with vibe coding, I think, right?
He actually agrees. I've been on some of the Discord channels with him. But as I said, like I kind of stole this idea that you have to guide the AI through it.
Yeah.
It is like a rocket ship. You just have to steer it to the right way, or else you fall in the ocean and die. So it's as simple as that.
Sure. Do you have any vibe coders here in the crowd? Just raise your hand. Only one. Guys, come on, don't lie.
There is still some stigma around it, so let it rest.
Yes, yes. So, Bhavani, I question to you, like, as a software engineer, how do you see AI?
This my software engineering plus AI thing started in 2016 when I was a fresher out of college. And how many of you here know Dialogflow? Yeah, Dialogflow. Yeah, that was the first AI system I worked with. Before that, there was Eliza in 1995, which was when I was born. So that is my journey with AI, right? So I was back then in 2016, I was building a product called Interview Bot, and it's literally doing what every interview bot today is doing back in 2016. And back then, for the AI system to understand even a single sentence like hi, you have to say hi, hola, hello. And I think Karthik can resonate because we were all doing chatbots back then. So that's how the journey started, right? And to see the technology evolve so much in 10 years is mind blowing, alarming, everything all at once. Like it's a mixture of feelings. And recently, at my previous company, Stitchflow, we started using Devin as one of our engineers, and that was the most again mind blowing but also alarming thing. Like, do you guys know what Devin is? Anybody doesn't know? Devin is like a junior engineer you can hire. It's an AI system that goes through your code base. If you raise a ticket, it will actually start working on the ticket, write code, push it to GitHub, reviews its own code. When you give review comments, it will go and fix it. So it does all of that for $500. We hired it, kind of had used that tool, and we fed it the system. Like Karthik said, an AI agentic system working on its own without any guidance does its job like almost 50% of the times. It will miss like 8 files. But what I've noticed with my engineers when Devin is coding is like, why do I have to fix Devin's work? Right? So it's like, where is the ownership? Devin is not going to own the code that he's gonna write. Somebody has to own it, but the developers are gonna like, that's Devin's problem, not mine. So there is like still a lot of changes in the territory. Plane is very flat, yes, but it's also very like you don't know where your minds are. So we don't know. It's chaotic everywhere. You don't know what's gonna blast. We pushed something and it didn't write 4 5 files and it caused chaos. Uh, so there is all kinds of experiences that's gonna come out of it. So yeah.
So as a software engineer, right? So have you worked on MCP? So it's getting trended in the recent. So what do you think about it?
Okay. We saw an example in the morning, but how many of you have actually worked on MCP or working on MCP?
You can tell them what is MC. Maybe some people doesn't know.
They saw an talk just before lunch, right?
Okay, I was out.
Okay. So MCP is this new framework. Previously, also LLM models were given this functionality. If you take LLM models, it was trained on all the knowledge in the internet. But that knowledge has a cutoff period. Let's say 2022 is the cutoff period. Until 2022, everything that's on the internet is in the model. So the model knows until 2022. If I ask something like, what is the IPL score from last week? It doesn't know. So you have to make something called as a tool call, like make a call to the IPL API, pull the data, feed it back to the LLM, and give it the response. Great. All of this works amazingly. Now everybody started writing their own layers of tool calling. Like for Slack, you would write it in one way. For Fiverr, you would write it in another way. For GitHub, you would write it in another way. So Anthropic came and said, don't write in every possible way in the internet. Here is a protocol, follow it. Right? That's what MCP is. MCP is not agentic. MCP is a way to do agentic. Until now, everything sounds very nice. And I was also very sold on MCP. Then I started integrating MCP on all the tools that I am familiar with, for example, Airflow. And that's where the problem started. Uh, if you're building something from scratch, you have the flexibility of designing things from scratch. So MCP has its limitations. You know what these are, and you have ability to tweak your system around it. But if you go and integrate with existing system, for example, a GraphQL API or a REST API, these APIs are inherently built for UI-based systems, and in UI you can persist a lot of context. You know what the user is trying to do. You know what the user is trying to say. If they press a delete button, you know in which row of the thing that delete is going to happen. But when you do it as a language interface, your REST calls are going to be skyrocketing. So the first, for example, delete this element. First, it has to list all the element, and then it has to find that element, and then it has to delete that. And that's 3 API calls, 3 huge JSON responses. Your context window is going to just run out, and you're going to pay a shit ton of money for that. And that's what's going to happen. That's what's happening in MCP for all the weather APIs. And send a message in Slack, it's working amazingly well because the context window is so short. But once you start integrating it with real applications, this problem that I'm currently facing with is the appalling part of AI. So that's what MCP is. And it's very new. There are a lot of things that you can explore still. It's not an end of the world, it's just starting up. So I suggest everybody go and try it.
So Karthik, have you used the MCP in your products or any projects? What do you
Yeah,
think about it?
we currently have a MCP running for FeatureOS, which is being used by almost 1 million users a month. But the problem is exactly what you said. The API calls are crazy. We have to scale the servers and all those things. We tried deploying it in one of the SaaS companies in the US, and they started trying it out, and it's just crazy. We had to say that okay, MCP is not the thing. Again, it goes back to the point that I iterated with my team, saying that listen, like if the wave is coming, let the wave go, right? So we're not surfers. Let's just limit it to the browser. So the point is that the hidden cost of MCP is actually high, and if the product on which you are actually interacting with is willing to take that risk, then it's okay. Or else, I don't see a point in. To be honest, I don't see it scaling, right? As long see, uh, I always tell this to the team that hey, when the technology is coming, unless and until it is so easy for my mother to use it, it's not scaling, right? So that's what happened with ChatGPT as well. We all say ChatGPT is the internet moment in technology, right? The pure reason is my mom was interacting with it. Today she calls me and says, "Hey, the picture we took in London, I want it to be Ghiblified," right? That's the penetration that ChatGPT has. So when that happens to the developers, and making it easy, then I think it takes its natural time to scale, find the faults with MCPs, and let somebody beat it down, and then something will come up. I'll just hope for it. Until then, we just keep exploring it. We just see what is good, what is bad, and have these kind of conversations. Because I see so many companies starting to build only on MCPs as their idea. I think that's a huge risk, right? Everything that's cool is actually cool only for a while. You walk out, there is summer outside for you, right? So it's the same thing with any new framework or technology. So that's how I see it. So I don't want my team to risk that right now.
Okay. So you have been working with AI agents, right? So you have a product really.
Yeah, see,
Can you talk about?
we actually treat AI itself as a very junior level product manager that my customers are hiring from us. So, for example, we get a ton of feedback. Buffer is one of our customers. So, we get a ton of feedback from their customers. We actually help them stop spam, organize the information for them automatically, go through thousands of comments and feedback from all over the place for them, and then give the dashboard to them, which is very neat. Underlying layer is fully AI driven, right? And on top of it, we also work with the UK government, which is yet another crazy thing to do. So we have developed something called Pi, which is Private Information Enclave, which abstracts all the information that goes on into the AI models. So there is so much engineering still left to do, and we believe that AI is only integrating API and then sending data, writing prompts, and then coming back. Like one of the biggest risks that we all are standing on is the prompt injection issues, right? We have no idea what's going to break, which government data you're going to be getting from where, because the AI has all the data. And I think that's where the future is, and that's where we are also investing time in. That's why things like PI, which is Private Information Enclave, is very important because you clean up the data before sending it to the AI model. Is it slow? Absolutely dead slow. But is it worth the risk for dealing with government data or any sensitive data? I don't think sending the data directly to the AI models is worthy of that risk.
So do you use like open source LLM models or what kind of AI agents you use?
See, we don't use. Again, this is another rule. You please walk into my office someday. I'll show you the rule sets. Any engineer will go through this during onboarding. Never use something that is just beginning to take shape, and always trust the big players. When I talk about big players, I'm talking about Meta, Google, Microsoft kind of people who are publicly traded companies. These guys don't take rash decisions and deprecate some API now and then and all those things. So that's rule number one. So any AI that we do is majority on Gemini models because they are HIPAA compliant. You can just say that, hey, that's Google's model that we're using, and this helps us go and sell to enterprises as well because they already have a tie-up over there. And second thing is that open source models, we do not host it. We try it. There are a lot of servers in our office. We try it. We just beat them up and all those things. And we do create some small models here and there. Recently, I was actually going through the interview between the Cursor's founder, who happens to be an Indian, I guess, and HackerRank's founder, right? So he started a podcast, I think 3 days ago. One of the things that he said totally makes sense. Cursor almost has a nearly 100 different small models running at any time. And what we see, we think it is actually the Claude Sonnet, which is actually doing the job, but it is apparently 30 different models which are working in tandem to get Claude Sonnet's input and output to deliver the experience that we get. So it is, we also do it in a very similar way, but not at that scale. But open source model hosting, it's still expensive, man. There is one server in IIT-B, and even that is still expensive. I think, and also the question of should we do it comes into picture. So how essential is it? Are we going to lose a lot of money if we don't do it? And is the customer not going to be happy if we don't host the model is something that we evaluate every now and then.
Thank you. So Satya, so what type of AI tools or agents you use apart from Devin or ChatGPT?
Um, so I actually do use Cursor a lot. Well, actually, recently I switched from Cursor to Klein. Has anyone heard of Klein? No. I see one hand, but like two hands. Okay. Klein is an extension for VS Code where you can do a lot of configuration for the way it works. Unlike Cursor where everything is set up and you just choose the model and go. With Klein, you can give it a lot more customization where you can choose a specific model for planning, a different model for the actions, give it specific prompts, give it a lot of context. So there's a lot of things you can play around with. So I use Klein a lot. It works great for me. That's my main coding agent. But apart from that, I use a lot of agents for like research purposes. So I use Gemini's deep research. Grok is amazing, which I was not expecting because it has access to Twitter. So if I'm going for a meeting and I want to do some meeting prep and do some research on the person I'm going to be meeting, I just ask Grok for context and give it like a nice prompt on like what kind of data I want, and it looks at all the tweets that the person I'm meeting has sent, and it gives me their relevant interests. So it's very easy for me to prep for a business meeting. I don't have to go search through all of this on my own. So that's really useful for me. Um, I think these two are like the biggest AI agents that I use. Yeah, that's
Yeah, these models do they hallucinate a lot, right? So how do you handle these hallucinations?
so for Klein, when it hallucinates, it gives you the diff. So I always review all the diffs. I don't commit anything until I've reviewed it. Um, so so that's the way I fix it. If it hallucinates, I just go in and fix it myself. So I don't let it write all the code. I use it as a copilot, not as like an autopilot. And then for Grok or the other deep research tools, I always look at the citations. That's the way I usually fix.
Yeah.
And then if it's really bad, I usually prompt by saying, I lose my job if you're wrong. And then it tries really hard. So that's my trick.
Uh,
I think. Oh, that's it.
yeah. How do you handle hallucinations with these AI models? So you use a lot of AI, right? So in your product tech.
See, to be honest, I don't. I just have a good laugh at it. But after that, because as Satya said, you have to use it as a sidekick. Let it, instead of you sitting and typing something, consider it like you don't have to type it. That's all. Rest is anything that you get accurately from that is an advantage. That's how I see it. So I worked on NeoVim, and right now for some reason I don't use NeoVim, but I see it that way. Like whatever is in your head, you can actually get it onto code and move on to the next thing as fast as you can, and that's what these AI agents do. That's how I see it as well. So yeah.
So it's you, Bhavani. So how do you handle hallucinations? I think you have a lot to tell us.
I think at the end of the day, you have to be the expert, like Satya said. You still have to know whether what it's giving is true or not. But there is also another aspect to it, which like vibe coding. If we get to that, uh, there is another aspect to it. But when we have the vibe coding question, I'll cover that.
You can go with vibe coding. I think that's the most anticipated one as well.
Okay, for the hallucinations, we have all consensually agreed that you have to be the expert to validate what it's giving, right? But then something interesting happening in Stitch Flow is we have someone called as a AI first product manager, and this person's job is to purely vibe code, ship ideas as quickly as possible, and test how it sticks, right? And they have no programming background. They are not a computer science engineer. They have never worked as a software engineer in their life, and their job every day is to come in, work with V0, work with Bolt, work with Windsurf, everything, just tame that system until it gives her an answer or gives her a thing that works, right? So it's very interesting as a software engineer for me to watch it. But when it hallucinates, this person doesn't have that thing to navigate it. But it's still she still know that it's not the way that she wants it to work. That's all she knows. She doesn't know whether the code is right or not, but she knows what the output that she wants. So it kind of like beats it and beat it until it gives you a right answer. That's also a way to go. Despite hallucinating, despite giving you the wrong code, she'll come to me and be like, Bhavani, it's all red, and I will be going and debugging. She'll be like, what you said, right? I'm gonna lose my job, bro. Like, give me the right code, and it does to some extent. Uh, Thankfully, to support her, we also have a software engineer. So now her life is much better. But there's also an interesting thing happening with vibe coding, right? We cannot say it's all bad. It's democratizing writing code in a very different way that we have never imagined. Some time back, we were all cribbing. Once upon a time, people were cribbing about Stack Overflow or copying code from Stack Overflow. Now the field has again become flat, that everybody is coming in, but from a different direction that we don't understand. That's the underlying problem of it. The same person I was talking about, she started with V0, Windsurf, and Bolt. Now she comes to me and says, I'm no longer interested in any of this. These things gives me shit code. I am using Cursor. I was like, what? For someone who don't have a software engineering background to say I've stopped using all those automatic generation things, I write my code in Cursor, that's like a step up. But the entry point was different. So that's the thing that's happening with vibe coding also. So it's not all bad.
So Satya, so you can tell us like how your experience with Meta, so on building the React compiler. So how was it?
Um, that's it's gonna take a long time to go through. But I'll give you the TLDR version. That's kind of like unique to the way we solved problems. So maybe there's takeaways for people here. So for context, I used to work in Meta where I worked on the React team, and we built this a compiler called it was called Forget, but it was the React compiler. The main purpose of the React compiler was to optimize the React code so it would not so your website would be fast. I'm oversimplifying, but that's the high level context. The important bit is how we went about it, right? Like the Meta had millions of lines of React code, and we couldn't ship the compiler on all of that to see the output because we would just end up spending multiple years on building the compiler, not knowing if the compiler actually works in practice or not, right? So the way we did it was we picked a smaller surface area. So we picked a smaller product inside Meta. Like we picked the first product we picked was actually not on the web, was on React Native on the VR headset. So it was like a store, the VR store for Oculus. So it was like a pretty small code base. So we only supported the JavaScript features, syntax that code base had in the compiler. So we didn't have to support all of JavaScript. And this let us quickly validate the idea. So we went from, so it was like, it wasn't a large code base. So we were able to build the compiler and ship it and see data from production within 6 months. And we saw actual improvements. And then we were like, okay, let's now validate on a bigger surface. So we then moved on to like Instagram on the web. So it was like much bigger service. So we took another 3 months to do that, and we saw really good data from that. So that's how we progressively shipped on larger surfaces while validating the impact of the compiler. So to me, that's like a good way to build conviction on something huge because this was a multi-year project. Right? There's no way to fund a 3-year project without any sort of validation. So this is really interesting. And then one other bit that I found really amazing when I joined Meta was this culture of move fast. It is a bit of a cliche, and I didn't think much of it when I joined Meta. But the fact that it's part of the culture actually seeps in to all the processes around in the company. Right? I'll give you one concrete. This is what everyone says when like all the recruiters say this. Everyone pitches this, but concretely, what this means is at Meta, you can prototype a feature in the morning, ship it, and it like the Meta website, facebook.com, ships every 3 hours. So it ships multiple times every day. So if you're an engineer and you think of some idea and you want to collect data, because you don't want to spend multiple days or multiple weeks building a feature the right way only for the data to be bad and for the feature to not work, right? So at Meta, you can simply hack a prototype, ship it at lunchtime, go put it behind a flag, not ship it to anyone, but ship it to just 1% of the population, which is still millions of users. Go for lunch, come back to your desk, and you have data on whether this feature is good or not, right? Like the time to ship is half a day. That's pretty incredible the way that works, and this is only possible because of the tools and processes around it. So it's very simple to set up an experiment to ship to just 1% of the population. Imagine if it took 1 week to set up an experiment. Like this is not possible, right? And things go wrong often, right? Like I ship code that I wrote in half a day. There could be bugs. So there needs to be a process to catch things when things break, right? So there's like a really quick rollback process. There's a well-written playbook on what to do when things break. So we have like a this is common in a lot of companies. I don't know if you are familiar with, but there's this concept of paging. So we have people on call, usually multiple people's on call, and when things go wrong, the primary on call gets paged, which basically they get a message on their Slack saying, "Hey, this system is down," and they take a look, and they assign like a severity, like is it how severe is this bug, and then depending on that, we try to rope in more people to fix it, or we just simply roll back. So all of these process enable this culture of move fast. So to me, like that was the um, biggest learning from Meta is like even at a company at such scale, they ship every 3 hours, right? Like that's I haven't seen that in a lot of places. So to me, like if you want to take away something, it's to like this culture of like outship your bugs, which is not something I've heard before. It's like you can if you ship so fast, then you can just ship a new release and not have it be in production for long. No one knows that it's buggy, or it's fast enough that you can roll back quickly. So that was really interesting for me.
A question for you. So, as a business owner and a technical person, so how do you perceive the code quality and what frameworks or language to use in your project? So, how do you decide on it, except from the hype?
Okay. I think the first thing is that you have to first love your use case for which you are building something, right? And then work backwards towards how the code should be structured and what benefits you want to give the users. Like, there's no point in, I mean, one good example is Heymail, hey.com, the email service from Basecamp. They were so adamant that that is the best performing email client for the web, and we know what happened there, right? Of course, it is much better now. The point is, the stack that you choose is going to make or break companies in many places, right? It's not. We all think that you know what. Today I'll write something in Next.js because it is easy. I'm familiar with it. I'm going to roll with it. And what happens when you scale, right? What happens? You get successful, right? Then you're going to spend months and months revamping it and then moving to a new stack, and you unfortunately cannot outship your bugs there, right? you the one of the best examples is is that having the mindset that everything that you're going to ship is going to go to millions of users, right? And you can't, just because you have 100 people using your product doesn't mean it's okay to give bad experience, right? And I genuinely advise everyone to think of yourself as a programmer, right? No, you're not a React developer or a JS or a Next.js developer or anything. That's that the you see the job roles like that because we need people to handle something in that Next.js code. That's all. It doesn't mean that's going to define your career path, right? So when you have that mindset that I'm a programmer, today I'll code it in Next.js, tomorrow I'll do it in Next plus one JS, for example, right? You should be able to do it. Is there so if you look deep down into it, it is the mindset problem that we have to go over with, and that's what makes exceptional engineers move fast in their career ladder than anyone who's actually getting stuck with React or Next for long. I don't have anything against these two frameworks, by the way, but I'm just saying. So at some point when your business is actually struggling or you are successful, for example, it is so hard to convince that I'm going to stop every shipment for the next 3 months and I'm going to rewrite everything to give a better experience, right? That's a really, really hard thing to do and it's not worth it. So you spend 80% of your time planning. Just because we are programmers, I see so many people jump right into the IDE and then start writing. And vibe coding is actually teaching you that, listen, you have to be clear at what you want as an output. So sit down, write a good prompt so that you get some decent output, right? That's the same thing you have to do before you touch any before you evaluate any framework for your business. So first write down the list of things. There's no rush. The world is not going to end tomorrow. Even if it ends, you're also going to end. Doesn't matter. Right. So sit down, write the requirements, write what should experience the user should be having, then work backwards, saying, okay, do I even need a large scale, T2 micro, whatever servers you want on AWS, or you can just go with Vercel or something like that, and then work backwards, and then you will arrive at some of the simplest frameworks that you can actually manage today, and you will have a learning experience as well. Like many say, the excitement and the fun is in the journey, right? Like here the fun is in learning something and then fixing bugs. If you already know some framework and then doing it just because you know it, I think that's going to cost you in the long run.
For me, so I think we should not be thinking in the terms of a framework mindset or library mindset or tech stack mindset. So we should be thinking like a programmer. So what the customer needs, so what's their necessity, how we can solve that. You rightly put it up. So thinking backwards. That's a good point. Thank you. So Bhavani, I know you are a software developer as well as an artist. So as an artist, what do you think about the recent trend on Ghibli styles? What's your take on it?
I was okay until the point they were stealing our code, and when they came for the art, I kind of got really pissed. Code, because we gave licenses out and we kind of like said this is open to consume, but art was not like that. For the information, I'm a watercolor artist as well. I paint, and art is something very close to my heart. Uh, now it's no longer just puzzles; it's also the creative side that's speaking out. Talking about what OpenAI specifically did with Ghibli is it took an art style and kind of mass produced it. The problem is not mass producing it. The problem is not getting the consent from the respective artist. That's where the moral line is for me. So I consider it unethical. And I have a huge Twitter post saying why it's unethical. Like, for example, whatever you have today, whatever dress you're wearing today, imagine a clone of yourself is going to be there next to you, taking out everything that you're doing. Tomorrow you push one line of code, they're going to know it, and they're going to take your ability to do it and then just going to replicate whatever you do. What happens is at one point you won't want to fight, you don't want to produce, and that's what's going to happen if they keep stealing it. This is not nurturing the ecosystem, this is not nurturing the artists to produce more such arts. How many of you know how Ghibli is actually made? And how many of you have actually made a Ghibli photo of yourself? This is what I'm talking about, right? We are all consuming it and we don't even know what that art style is. It's a stop motion, like every frame in that art, every frame in that video is hand drawn by artists. Every frame, every facial expression is hand drawn, and it's like moved across a screen. That's how that original animation is made. You're all mass producing it without giving credibility to the like credentials to the person who did it or the team which did it. No amount, no penny is going back to the studio. And I don't know, like as a human being, I find it extremely unethical thing to do.
I don't have strong opinions.
Hey, I stand by Bhavani on this because there is a huge email that I wrote internally saying why we will stop using OpenAI from now, and it is still banned in my company. You can't even cursor or anything; they can't go through my firewall to ping OpenAI APIs. The reason is that's why I said it's very important for us to trust our data with companies that are public, right? We know what is happening to Musk right now. Tesla stock are down because of whatever activities he was doing in the government, right? You can actually control and say what you're doing is wrong, and it's going to cost you the entire company at one point. With startups like OpenAI, it's just uncontrollable, right? And they still have not had answers for what happened. How did they train their video data? Right? Meera Murati was struggling to answer it in the interview. And then who's questioning them, right? He just keeps getting power and power. Sorry, this is turning into a rant against OpenAI, but I have a long history with OpenAI's founder and his way of working right from YC days. So stealing art is unethical, and even if you write code, I'm happy to show whatever code that we write. There is attribution to every single package that we write, right? There is attribution for every single code. If we take a piece of code from Stack Overflow, that link is actually there in my code base as well. So we've done this since 2013, and this is a practice that I picked up when I during my time at Apple as well. So it is so important to attribute something, whether they see it or not. That's a whole different story. It reflects you as a human, a respect to what you're doing. What is the guarantee that this won't happen to you tomorrow, right? And I see a lot of unbelievable amount of fake videos that are coming up, and people are saying it's cool, but it's not. Unless there is this famous saying in Tamil, right? எனக்கு உனக்கு வந்தா ரத்தம் எனக்கு வந்தா தக்காளி சட்னி. Same thing. It's the same exact concept over here. It was so disheartening to see the Ghibli's creator. He's talking with so much heartbreak, and I don't think that should spread.
That's the same heartbreak I'm feeling as an artist because they put so much effort into that. I highly encourage everybody to go and see how Ghibli art is actually made and appreciate that art style because I showed it to my mom and she was very moved by that style. She has no clue like what Ghibli is or like this is so lifelike. Who did this? Like who painted this? She was so curious about it. And that's the emotion that the art is giving. It's not what OpenAI is giving you. It's the actual artist who gave you that. So please go experience that.
I also feel like Ghibli is a marketing thing that they did because their models were not performing or competing with Claude or Gemini models. So they have to be on the limelight. And because they were raising a new round of funding as well, maybe that's also one. See, nothing a company does outside is for charity. Let's all understand that, right? Let it be Zoho, let it be Freshworks, let it be a small company like Script as well. There is no point in doing that. Like we don't hire people and we don't ask them to spend their weekends to do something like that. So always take things see I think it's the IDEO founder who actually said this, like always ask why for everything. Why is OpenAI releasing this when there is a bunch of things burning in their company, right? Or why is Ghibli art so famous right now, and why is it that OpenAI chose that particular art form as well? So please ask why, and the fifth why gives you the answer.
So, as we come to the end of our discussion, so what message would you like to give to the audience? So, in keeping up with the tech and
You can go for it. Sorry, what was the question?
so what message would you like to give to the audience, the developers here, in keeping up with the tech? They all
Up with tech. I mean, I think people who come to these meetups generally are keeping up with tech because I mean they wouldn't be here on the weekend if they weren't really interested in tech. So I don't have anything really specific to say honestly. As long as you're plugged into the ecosystem, following the news and seeing what people are doing, you will be up to date. I think just be curious. Always have the growth mindset. Don't think this is all I can do. Think about how you can grow, and think about all the new opportunities you can learn from, rather than thinking, hey, I don't want to learn this, it's gonna take away my job, or this is not my thing to do in my company. Just be curious. This famous quote of like Steve Jobs is my wallpaper, which is stay hungry, stay foolish. So that's my message.
All right. So, Karthik, your final message to the audience.
Oh, final message.
Yeah.
See, I would say only one thing. Like, if AI is taking the job, let it take the job. We'll see who lasts longer. That's what I'll say, right? Because you have brains, you are sitting here because you learned something over the past decades, and that's not something AI or anything is going to take. Movies are good. Movies are good in taking over humans, but not in real life, because we have the ability to push through things, go through hard times, and then come back in another way if one door closes, whether subconsciously or consciously. And for you to go through any phase of your career, I think only one thing is extremely essential in IT industry, which is learning. You have to always keep seeking the information, whether it is relevant to you or not today, it doesn't matter. If you see something, a new framework that is having 10 stars dropping, go check what is different. That's all. And then ultimately you become the best version of yourself. So I can only wish you all the very best, and stay in Chennai for some development, man. Don't run away elsewhere. We need some good people.
Yeah. Vandare Valaikum Chennai, right? Yeah.
ஆமா எல்லாம் விட்டு போயிடுறாங்க வாழ்ந்துட்டு.
Okay.
கார்த்திக் எல்லாரும் வர விட்டாரு.
கண்டிப்பா. So Bhavani, so what's your message to the audience?
Uh, I have a question rather than a message. How many of you here have actually tried using these models and AI and everything that's going on? See, that's your answer, right? Everybody here is almost curious. If you've not tried any of it, if you're like, should I try this? Should I not? I highly urge all of you to go and try. There is open llama models also, which you can run in your laptop if you have a good enough laptop. If not, Gemini models are free, available. You can go write wrappers on top of it. Try what is it doing. Put a RAG system on top of it. And all of this OpenAI, Claude, everybody is pushing their frameworks, pushing their examples. There are a ton of examples in the market. You can go try all of them, and this trying is the only way to actually know where it stands. Everybody can write LinkedIn posts saying, hey, vibe coding is the next thing, it's going to take over and everything, but only by trying you will know what are the limitations you're going to hit. If at all I have not wrote that MCP system, I would have also thought that MCP is going to take over the world. No, not really, right? So these all of these frameworks, like React has its limitations, Python has its limitation, AI also has its limitations, and knowing where it fails is where we come in as experts and take over the world before AI.
Yeah. So thank you guys. Thank you for sharing your insights with our community. So I hope you had a great time learning from the best minds in the industry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, team. That was a most insightful panel discussion. So next we have a tech session by Mayappan. So he's a senior technical architect at Ford E-commerce, having almost 20 plus years of experience, blogger, and having a YouTube channel as well. So Mayappan, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I think, guys, you had a good lunch. So sleepy. Okay, so let me try to make it more engaging. So myself, Mayappan, and I'm a senior architect within 4D Commerce. And today this topic is more on Next.js. So how many of you have worked on Next.js? Okay, very few. Okay. Okay, so this session is more about performance and precision with Next.js. So what does that mean? Let's see it. Okay, and before that, a quick introduction. So what is Next.js, right? So some of you who might have already worked. So Next.js is a higher order framework on top of React.js to build web applications. And it is a complete full stack framework where you can build web pages as well as you can also host backend APIs as well. And it is created by Vercel, as we all know. And it gained its popularity because it's a server-side rendering framework, correct? So that's how it gained its more popularity. Okay, and Next.js has a variety of rendering types. As I said, it gained popularity with server-side rendering. It also supports client-side rendering. So server-side rendering is you have your content, and then within the HTML, the content is embedded, and to the browser, it provides the entire HTML content. The entire HTML content is streamed from the server to the client or to the browser. So that is one type of rendering strategy within Next.js. And the second one is client-side rendering. So the typical React.js way of rendering pages, right? So it will not have a HTML content, rather it'll pull the entire JavaScript bundle.js, and then the bundle.js will execute within your browser. It is limited to your system CPU and memory, and then your pages will be powered up. Okay, is it better now? Okay. Third one, static site generation. So it is purely for static pages or the blog pages, right? So where I have the content doesn't often change. So during the build time, I would be generating the pages and the HTML pages will be generated and served. It will not be generated during the runtime or after it is deployed. It happens in the build time during CI/CD. The fourth one is incremental site regeneration, wherein you generate the pages statically, but then if there is a change, it has to regenerate, right? So after regular time intervals, it recreates the page and it can be served in the served to the clients. And there is one other rendering technology which is not in this slide, which is available as part of Next.js 14 and 15 in an experimental mode, which is partial pre-rendering, wherein some portions of your page can be statically generated and some portions of your page can be dynamically generated during the runtime. So that is called as partial pre-rendering. The good part is we are not going into any of these things in detail today. Okay. Okay. Before I go further, right, I just wanted to tell a story. It wouldn't take a lot of time, right? So I have a friend who's an engineer, right? So PPNA. I think he should be somewhere here. I don't know. Oh yeah, he's here. Okay. So one day we were talking, and then his full name is Pasupati, right? So he came to me and he said, "Gee, I have created our pages more optimal and efficient." I was so happy. We had some performance issues, and he said he made it better. I thought, okay, it is really good. After a few days, there was a data that got added into our site, but the data was not visible in the website. And then I called PPN. What happened? The new data is not available in the site. What is happening? Gee, I said you that I did an optimization. You remember? I did caching. So the new data was not there because the old data was cached in the server. So today we are going to talk about caching. Okay, so the performance which I meant in the title, and thank God the previous panel discussion was more around AI, right? So the title was suggested by AI. It's not my title. Okay. So what is caching in system design? Day in and day out, whether you are a user of website or you are a developer or a programmer, engineer, you might come across this term caching, right? So caching is serving the copy of the data or page from closer to the user. Can you make it full screen? Away from colors. So we would be using caching this term day in and day out, right? So this caching primarily is like serve the data close to the customer. So there could be some heavy computation operation that can happen and it can generate your page or data and then it provides the data to the client, right? So I don't want to do the recomputation again and again if the data is not going to change. So why should I do that? There's a lot of environmental issues happening because of all these computation, including the AI generation, right? Let's say some carbon emissions. So why don't we cache it? Uh, so that's where caching comes in, and that is the part of caching in system design, especially from the perspective of web application development, right? So here I have captured 4 types of caching. So one, the caching happens in your browser. Two, the caching can happen in the content delivery network, CDNs, or it can happen at the web server layer. The fourth one is the distributed cache. So these are some of the caching mechanisms that are available. There are a number of caching mechanisms as well, but to this session, we will stick on to this 4 types of caching. Okay. So, and with Next.js, in perspective to Next.js, these are the types of caching that we can leverage. Again, CDN cache is inevitable. So any large websites or a brand site which has to run across the geographics, then CDN cache is inevitable to serve the content and to improve the web vitals. The second one is router cache. Um, Third one is full router cache, and we have request memoization, data cache, and data source. So these are the types of cache that we will be seeing in the session today. Okay, so first I'll start with request memoization, right? So most of you here are React developers, right? And you will be using memoization, use memo hooks. So how many of you don't know this use memo hooks in React? Oh, okay. So there are very few. So everyone else knows the use memo hook, right? So what does it do, right? So it caches the entire method execution and it caches the return value so that it doesn't recompute or re-execute the method again and again. So request memoization within Next.js is very similar. So within Next.js, those who don't know Next.js, right? So just visualize it. So Next.js operates in a way that the routes are like a folder structure. So you will have a root folder, and then within the root folder, you can have n number of folders. So the URL path will be root folder slash the subfolder. And the Next.js is structured in such a way that at the root folder level, you can have a layout, and that layout can be propagated across all the pages. Okay. So now coming to this cache, right? So when you generate a page and considering a modular approach, you would be making API calls from layout. You can make API calls from page, and then you will be having React components that will be assembled together to form a page, correct? So the API calls can be from any of these places. And if it is the same API call, for example, I want to get the user details of user ID 1, and then I need to make that as a SEO title, and then I need to do some user information at the layout as a header. And within the page, I need to display the user content. Typically, what we would do is we would get it at the layout and then we would put it as props from parent to child, or we would set it as the context provider. But the React recommended way is to call the API in every other place. But how efficient it is, because it is memoized. So within a single server request, if there are multiple API calls to the same endpoint, Next.js automatically memoizes that request. So even if you call fetch API multiple times, it is as good as it is serving from the respective context so that it doesn't make a real API call. So that is what request memoization is. And if you are using Next.js, you could see it very evidently because, sorry, excuse me. Especially when you are using the generate SEO content or generate metadata methods. Okay. So the next one is data cache. So this is a type of cache to store the data that is retrieved from your fetch APIs. So to power your pages, right? As I said, you would be making API call. Again, we'll take the user API call, right? So I have a user API and I need to get the user details. I make an user call. And let's assume that it is a generic user or it is about Sam Altman. So I'm so influenced by the AI panel discussion previously, so I'll be using that. So if I want to view the details of Sam Altman, the details doesn't gonna go change every often, right? So when I'm preparing the page and if I want to fetch the details of Sam Altman and if there are going to be millions of users, And for every time, I don't have to make a request to get details of Sam Altman. I can fetch it once, cache the data, and then reserve it across to all the incoming requests, right? That's where the data cache comes in. So when you make a fetch API call from your Next.js layer, so you can enable this cache. By default in Next.js 14, it is enabled, but in Next.js 15, it is disabled. You have to enable the cache at the fetch layer. So fetch when you make a fetch call, automatically that caches it, and then the subsequent request can use the data from the cache. Okay, so that is the data cache. Next comes the full router cache. So it is very interesting, right? So again, I'm going to ask to raise your hands. So how many of you know React Server components? Okay, quite a good number. Okay, so Next.js operates based on this principle of React Server components. So the pages or the components that you create on the Next.js application, and when it is sent to the server, it is generated as a React server component, and that has been sent to the client. Okay, so RSC payload will be created for every request on the server, and that will be sent to the client as well. Okay, so so with this full router cache, right? So every time a request comes, and if you want to give a page, the HTML content to the browser, so the process that React does it, it pre-renders it, it creates a RSC payload, and then it will be sending both to the browser, and then browser reconciles these two things, and then it infuses the JavaScript and CSS into the page, which is called as the hydration. So all this happens before the page gets really visible in our browser, right? So every time when I make a request, if the data content is not going to change, I don't have to do this process of pre-rendering my page and then generating a RSC component. So this can again be cached. So you can enable the cache in your Next.js pages, and then by default, so once it is generated, automatically it will be cached. Both the page as well as the RSC payloads can be cached, and it can be served from the cache. And the duration of this cache, right? It is across multiple requests and for the duration that you explicitly set. Even if you don't want the cache, you can disable it by setting the force dynamic parameter or the revalidate parameter at your layout or page.tsx. Okay. The next one is router cache. It is basically on the browser side. Okay, so it is not on the server side. So for every component that is created and when the payload is sent to the browser, it will be cached within the browser so that when you navigate back and forth between the pages, the content will be served from the browser cache if the content is not changing. Okay, so that is router cache, and this cache would be there in your browser until the page refresh or until you close your browser. Now it is the CDN cache, content delivery network, right? So I build a web application. So today, Ford.com, it is running globally across a variety of, across multiple countries and continents, right? And how are we powering this Ford.com pages? So our servers are obviously hosted in the Google data centers or the data centers in North America, but our users would be across the globe. So how these pages are getting served, how it is influencing the performance, right? So basically, it is enabled through a content delivery network. So all the pages are routed via the CDN, and CDN have a copy of this page, and the pages are served from CDN cache. So if I'm hitting a Ford.com page from Chennai, it doesn't go all along from Chennai to North America to retrieve that page. The pages are already cached in Akamai data center in Chennai or Mumbai, and I get it served from there. So the nearest location from where the pages are getting served. So that's where the CDN cache comes in, especially in the context of Next.js. So when you build an Next.js page, it comes with a HTML, it comes with a JavaScript and CSS that you are using. And all this have to be given to the browser. And the JavaScript and the CSS are static assets, and that can be served obviously from the content delivery networks. So you just need to make an asset prefix entry in your nextconfig.js, and then you can make your CSS and JS served from the CDN directly. And for the pages, for the first time, you can enable it so that it comes to your origin. Once the page is generated, when it comes back, it will be cached in the Akamai layer so that the subsequent request for that page, everything can be served from the content delivery network. Okay. So until now, we have discussed about the various types of caching that are available in Next.js, right? But it also has its own pitfall. If it is hosted in Vercel, it is really good. But think of the scenario where you want to host your Next.js application in your AWS instance or GCP instance. Would we be able to get all the benefits out of Next.js? The answer is no, because Next.js comes with its own complexities of Edge runtime and Node.js runtime, right? So certain components that work on the Node.js runtime will not work on the Edge runtime. Especially, there are some limitations with using the middleware. Similarly, with caching also, it comes with its own set of drawbacks, right? So if you are hosting your application in a serverless mode, uh, you would not be able to use any of this cache, unfortunately, because Next.js cache are stored in a file structure. If you run your application locally, you can see that the cache is getting generated in .next/cache folder. But if you run it in a serverless instance, or if you are running it in a container, OpenShift container, or a Docker container in Kubernetes, you can still attach PVCs, but still you will not be able to enable the cache, because that's where the complexity of Next.js comes in. It doesn't allow us to mount a path and then make that as a cache. It always uses the default path as the cache. So if you are running your application as a serverless deployable, it will be very hard to use the out-of-the-box caching solution, be it the data cache or be it the full router cache. It will be very difficult, except for the request memorization. So that's the problem. But how can we overcome with this situation, right? Thankfully, there are a couple of libraries that are available, wherein you can use that libraries as a custom caching solution to cache all these kind of data in your Next.js application. Let's assume your application is running across, or your application is running in a multiple instances. You want to have a persistible storage as a caching mechanism across all these containers, so that if I look up for details of Sam Altman through an API call, the data has to be cached centrally, so that when the same request comes across multiple Next.js application, it should be served from that cache. That's where this comes in, right? So Next.js PG cache and Next.js Redis cache. So these are some of the open libraries which you can install, and you can configure it with your next config, and then you would be able to use it as a caching solution. So all the caching mechanisms except the CDN cache that we discussed, it can leverage Postgres or Redis, and the cache contents can be stored within Postgres or Redis, and it can be served. So that is the alternate if you're not using, or if you're not deploying your application in Vercel or on a stateful environment. Okay. So now coming to error handling, right? So, so this is the second part of this session, where how to handle errors and exceptions within Next.js, and how can we improve the traceability within Next.js application. So nowadays Next.js applications are quite often used in a large scale applications. Take any top e-retailer, right? So be it Target.com or Walmart.com. So you can double check they use Next.js. So you can see it from their website. So they use Next.js, right? So when it comes to that scale, how are we going to handle the errors and exceptions? And how are we going to do the observability for the Next.js application? Let's quickly go through some of the slides, and I can explain you about that. So these are the types of errors that that we can describe within Next.js. One is expected errors. The other one is uncaught or unhandled exceptions. So the expected error is something, while you're writing the code, that a certain piece of code can create an exception. It could be an exception because you make an API call and the response of that API can be 404, or it can be 5xx, or it can be any non 2xx status codes, right? So how are you going to handle that? It is an exception scenario, but you need to handle it gracefully, so that it doesn't have an impact to the user, or it doesn't create a poor experience to the user. Okay. So, and there are different ways to handle this exception across various components within Next.js. So Next.js has something called as server actions. Okay. So the way you handle the exceptions in server action will be different from the way you handle your exceptions in the server components. Okay. So first we will see about how to handle expected errors in server actions, right? So server actions, to give a quick gist of it, right? So it's like a function that is executed on the server, and you can trigger that function from the client. How? From the browser, you have a React.js application and you just trigger a function and that function gets executed on the server. Seems interesting, right? So what happens is Next.js, while the build time, it creates a post API for the server action, and it induces that URL into the client side component so that while I write a code, it seems like it is a function call, but under the hood, it makes a post API call. So that's how it works with the Next.js. So from your client component, you can trigger a function and that can execute on the server using the server actions. Under the hood, it is a post API call. In addition, it also attaches few headers to differentiate this. It is a server action and what is the server action that it has to be executed. But if you want to try your luck to decrypt the headers and to find what the server action is, so far it is not possible. Okay, so this is how the server action works. So how to handle exceptions within server action? Because it is like making a method call from your client to your server. So what happens if I throw a 4xx error or I make an API call and the API call gives me some random status codes and if I pass that directly to the client. So what happens? It will not give a real good experience. It is going to be a poor experience. And the way Next.js recommends is you should not handle any other status code except 2xx and 5xx in server action. So even if you get a error from your API, so from your server action, you make an API call and the API returns 4xx error, you shouldn't propagate the 4xx error directly back to your client. So rather you need to catch it and then you need to send it as a expected error with a proper JSON response. If it is a success, you will be providing a JSON response with some messages, right? So similarly, if it is a error, instead of throwing an error, you need to give a message with error and status code in a JSON format. It shouldn't be just throwing the error back. So that will create a poor experience. And this is the recommended way from Next.js as well. Okay, so next we will see how to handle expected errors in server components. It is the same way, right? So most of the time this expected error happens through the HTTP status codes. So from your server component, meaning your page.tsx file, right? So I can make directly an API call. And then once I get the response back, the response could be any 4xx or 5xx. So before I start rendering the page, I need to check the status code of the response and then accordingly I need to render it. If it is an expected error, then probably I need to have a different flow in my rendering so that it gracefully handles the situation and provides a error message. Okay, so that can be handled within Next.js. Now comes the interesting part, how to handle the uncaught exceptions. So I make an API call and the API returns 200 status, but the content within the API is providing some null or it is providing me some attribute which I am not handling in my application. This is also going to create a problem. And I cannot show a 404 page or I cannot show a broken page to my user, right? So how can I handle it? Within Next.js, again in the folder structure at the same level as your layout.js, you can define a global error.js. So any error that is happening globally, which is not caught, would be obviously caught in this global error.js, and you can gracefully handle saying that some meaningful message, contact administrator or something. So this is the global error handling. The next level of error handling is to every folder within the Next.js, be it a component or a page, you can have a error.js or ts in the same level and you can handle it gracefully. Let's assume I have a page which shows me a grid of component, a listing page. In Amazon, when you search for a component, you get list of products, right? And if one of the product doesn't have price or it provides NaN, as we got in the quiz, so what will happen is it will show NaN. That is not the right way, right? So you can handle the error message gracefully with this error.jsx so that it doesn't or it makes a meaningful experience to the end consumers. So this is a way to handle uncaught exceptions. So it is called as error boundaries. So whatever mechanism that I explained so far, it is called as error boundaries. So based on your business requirement and based on the type of experience that you need to provide, you need to place the error.ts or error.js file in the same level as your component as appropriately so that the situation can be gracefully handled. Okay, so next I'll move into the instrumentation part in Next.js, right? So now it is good. Like I have built a Next.js application. It is hosted. CD and cache is enabled. I'm getting thousands of requests per day. But what if all of a sudden something goes wrong? I need to debug, right? I need to understand where exactly it went wrong, or what is the core functionality that is created or that is creating an issue. So there should be some form of instrumentation that we need to use so that I can have an observability of my system. It could be error tracing, or it could be the network tracing, whatever it is. I need to have that instrumentation, right? So the good thing is Next.js provides out of the box support for OTel, Open Telemetry. Okay, and they have determined a pattern called as instrumentation pattern. So in your Next.js application, you can define a file called instrumentation.ts or instrumentation.node.ts, and you can register a OTel collector. So there are a number of hotel collectors, right? So Signos or Sentry, or even you can run up your own hotel collector. So you can configure any of the hotel collector in instrumentation.node.ts, and you can inject that into the instrumentation.ts. But again, the bad part is it works only with Node.js runtime at this point in time. Okay. So and you can customize this instrumentation. It could be let's say like you make a very expensive API call and you want to trace it and you want to understand if it goes wrong, what is the fallback mechanism, or you want to have a tight observability on that. You can write your custom hotel logic by wrapping the entire fetch API call with hotel methods. Okay. And this is something that we have been doing in our Next.js application. This is not something new. Though OTel is supported, unfortunately, the tools that we have doesn't support OTel for some reasons. So we have to come up with our own mechanism to trace the request across its from end to end, right? So we need to trace it end to end. So meaning like from the browser till the last point where the request reaches, we need to have an end to end traceability. So we came up with a mechanism, and then this is not any recommended approach. So this we felt is going to be helpful for us in our production support calls. So what we did is every time when a request comes in, so we would be attaching a trace cookies. So it is nothing but a random ID, right? So the trace cookies would be used across all the inbound and outbound calls from there on. So the cookie value will be extracted and it will be appended to all the outbound API calls, and that will be collected in the uh, observability solution that we have. So with this, if there is a production issue, the first thing that we would like to know is what is the trace ID. So with that trace ID, we would be able to understand the end-to-end function or end-to-end trace of that particular request, and we will be able to find what is the exact issue that this trace is causing. So, and we are in a micro front-end architecture. So now we need a distributed traceability, right? So the good thing is the distributed traceability would be very difficult if it is on the back end or on the platform side. So since it is on the front end, we were able to manage it through the cookies. So though it is a micro front end, when the request flows across various micro frontends, it checks for this trace ID. If not, it automatically attaches a trace ID. So this we see some good benefits out of it in our production environment today, and we assume soon we would be moving into an hotel based collector. So with that, I think this is the last slide. So I'll be opening for questions. Any questions? There's a question.
Hello. Hi, I'm Udaya. I'm from a company, Full Creative. So we have a Next.js app. So recently you would have heard about the CV from Next.js, right? Are you using the middleware as a middleware or for route handlers alone, or do you use the middleware?
We use middleware as a middleware. We use middleware as a middleware.
Middleware as a middleware. So you just do the route handling, but not the cookie checks or any other.
As I said, we use middleware as a middleware.
That answers the question.
That answers the question.
Yeah.
Right?
So
Yeah.
how do you would you like? So now you use app router, right? If I'm not wrong.
Right.
So did you have the phase where you move from pages router to app router?
The good and interesting thing is we started from app router. So our legacy application, as our leadership called out, it was hosted on Adobe Experience Manager, where it is not intended to build any websites, but that's where we were building our websites until a couple of years back. So when we started with Next.js, we started with app router.
So authentication, do you handle any library specific to that, or do you use? I mean,
So
with Next.
authentication, so normally we use any SSO providers, right? So Microsoft or GCP, so we use that.
I mean, like, do your website contains any auth? I mean, login and see.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So,
it does.
okay. So, do you use any library specific to to handle the authentication in Next.js app?
No, we don't use it. We use only the Microsoft dependencies for that.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, this is Karthik. So I just wanted to know, like, it's been, I hope you believe, like, you might have worked for too long in Next.js. So may I know which version of the Next.js from you started? And then, like, what is the latest version that you are actually migrated? And what is the pain point that you have faced while converting that, like while migrating? I just wanted to know. Be it from the route level, like I just gone through some of things. Like in router V6, there is a lot of optimization. Like most of they made some changes on it. So I would like to know what is the pain point that you have gone through while migrating from. Yeah.
Okay. So the pain point is about to start for us. We have been not too long with Next.js. We just started 12 months back. From then, we were in Next.js 14. So the migrations are planned. And the irony or the interesting part is we are in a monorepo. Okay. So we have multiple Next.js application organized as a micro frontend. So migrating all the applications from Next.js 14 to 15 is going to be a pain point. So there are certain high-level thought starters like we're not just leveraging what the code mod that Next.js has provided. We also have some plans to create our own code mods so that to make this migration from 14 to 15 a seamless one. But we haven't seen any pain point because we haven't started the migration. Maybe that will be one more session from Chennai Web Engineering. Okay, so that's a good question. So, as I was explaining, right, so most of this cache works in very good at Vercel based deployments. Unfortunately, we are hosting our deployments in Kubernetes containers. So we lose all this caching. But the good part is we have CDN, and most of our pages, once it is dynamically generated, it is not going to change very often. It will change. It is not a static page. It will change, but then at least it is good for next to 24 hours. So we started leveraging the CDN cache so exhaustively. So all our pages would be cached and served from CDN. So we leverage CDN cache. We were not able to leverage any of the Next.js recommended ways of cache. As I said, we were trying out the Next.js Postgres and Redis based cache, but that is not productionized yet actually. The caching that you spoke about, depending on the types of users and the work. So as I said, we since we are not using it, I cannot comment on it. But in general, right, it depends on your use case and depends on what type of API that you are making a call. So if you are making an API call and if that data is not going to change very often, you don't have to cache it. But if it is like a data related to a transaction like cart and checkout, or if it is a banking transaction, obviously you shouldn't cache. So it depends on type of which data or which API you call, what is the data that it provides, and what is the guaranteed validity period of that data. All these factors have to be considered.
So what are the observability tools you use, and what are the metrics you use to measure the performance?
Okay, I don't have our SRE lead here, Clarence. So we use Dynatrace, but then maybe I'll hand it over to Bala for that question. The question is, what are the tools that we use for SRE perspective, and what are the metrics there?
Yeah, predominantly for the application performance monitoring, we use Dynatrace, we use Davis AI and distributed tracing for get to the root. This will help us to clearly identify the trace from wherever the application have the upstreams, downstreams, and also go to the level of specific functions inside that. So apart which for observability dashboards, we use Prometheus powered Grafana visualization dashboards. So and we host all these things in Kubernetes K8s.
Thanks, Bala. Any other question? Okay. If not, thanks everyone. Thanks for your time on this week. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have a small announcement from the Chennai React community.
Am I audible? So, hi, this is SB. I'm from the Chennai React team. So, we have our 10th meetup tomorrow morning at St. Joseph. So, the registrations are closed. Really? No, no, no. Just for the 10th year anniversary, we have reopened the registrations only for 10 to 15 minutes. So what you could do is like you can scan this QR code and we have just limited slots. The registrations were closed like almost a week back. But for this anniversary meetup, we have decided to open it again. So you can scan this QR code. The link will be valid for 10 to 15 minutes. So if you are interested in React, you can do it. So Satya was speaking about React compilers, right? We have a session on React compilers and signals. We'll open it in 2-3 minutes. So yeah. So we have a session on React compilers, and Uday Prakasha asked about authentication. We have a session on authentication. So it's on a Sunday morning, but we have exciting lineup. So if you are interested, do scan this. We will open the registration soon, and it'll be valid only for some time. So yeah, thanks.
So one more announcement from Elastic Group.
Hello everyone. Hope you had a good session today. So I'm here to on our representing Elasticsearch user group Chennai. So if you are probably already using LLMs and talking about MCP, so as you saw in the panel today, so what we are going to discuss in this event is mostly about how you can make use of Elasticsearch, JavaScript, as well as MCP and LLMs as such. So feel free to probably register the QR code. Feel free to register. So it's still open for the meetup. Feel free to join us in Theorem Technology next Saturday. And we have three speakers who will be talking about using JavaScript and Elasticsearch. I myself talking about LLMs and MCPs. So once you register, you'll probably get the insights of what's happening around it. So looking forward for the next meetup. See you around there. Thank you.
The links are actually open. So yeah. Okay, bro. Cool.
So guys, so this is MongoDB user group Chennai. So they are conducting a meetup as well. You might be wondering how many meetups, guys. Yeah, Chennai's tech ecosystem is evolving. So that's it. So MongoDB user group is doing a meetup as well on 19th April. The venue has changed. It's not IBM. It will be on Content Stack. So you can go to tamilnadu.tech website. You will be seeing all the tech meetups happening in Chennai or in Tamil Nadu there. So you don't have to go through all our things, right? Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are end of this session. So we'll just wind it up with a small icebreaker. So I swear it's a small one, pretty not too technical. So it will be like a combination of the connection and the logos. So you have like enough time to answer. So the thing is like it is easy for you to answer, but the time taken by you to answer makes you to top in the leaderboard. So it will be like of 10 questions combined with the connections and the logos. So if everyone have signed in, we can kickstart with the games. So one hint is like all the connection related terms will be related to the JavaScript. So yeah. So we got almost 118 participants, 120. Maybe in a minute we can start. So 132, 131. Planned candidate. So we can start, right? Yeah, can start. So your first question. So it's a connection word. So guess. I think everyone is excited revealing the answers. Yeah, so the answer is debug. I think the connection clues are pretty close, I guess. If not, please don't scold me. So the leaderboard. Okay. Your second question. So it is the logo. You should guess what it is. So yeah, the answer is GitHub. So I guess the questions are easy, but how fast you type matters here. You have like plenty of questions to, yeah. So this is the connection word. Many are joining offline, I guess, not joining in the code and answering it. Yeah. So the answer is WebSocket. So moving on to the next question. So guess the logo. It's the logo. Yeah, it's Figma. I think many use it in our day-to-day development works. So let's see who is his first on the leaderboard. AI chip, random stranger. Okay. So next question. So it's a connection word. I think it's pretty easier, I guess. Like everyone is answering so quick.
So the next question is regarding logo. So this is one of the popular and familiar thing that it's getting roaming around the social media. I guess many can guess this. Yeah, it's right. DeepSeek. Okay. Age is still in the first position. Okay. Next question is connection. Okay. It's very easy to guess. Yeah. Every JavaScript developers may aware of it. Keep answering, guys. So one of the communication platform. Every organization, most of the organization use this as their communication platform, I guess. Yeah, it's Slack. Okay. Yeah, keep going, guys. The first one is it's connection one. It's also pretty easy to answer. Yeah, it's mixin. Every front-end developers may know this. Yes. The final question. Yeah, the leaderboard is getting stopped. Okay, the final question is here. Kindly pay attention. I guess this question is pretty tough. I guess the answers are slow. Things. Yeah, superb. Congrats, guys. So let's see the leaderboard. Congratulations, Random Stranger, Anu, and Sugumar. This Random Stranger is still sustaining in the first three positions in all the questions in leaderboard. So congrats, guys.
I request Shweta and Shalapan to give away the prizes to the winners of this icebreaker. Kamaksh. Yeah. So the first prize, random stranger. Who?
Random stranger, Anu. Sukumar.
Okay. Yeah, your name, please. Abu Bakr. Okay. Yeah. Congratulations. Next stage. Second ಯಾರು ಅಯ್ಯ Congratulations. The second prize goes to Anu. Anu. Yeah. So we'll give them a good round of applause. So we are at the end of the event, guys. We can go home and have fun. So just let's give some energy. Congrats. And third, it's Sukumar. So all the prize winners from that corner. Oh. Let's cheer up them, guys, please. So if you cheer, probably he'll share his sweets, I guess. Yeah. So thank you. I request Dastagir, INR, and Karthik to give the prize for the first icebreaker event winners. So for the first Slido icebreaker, the first it is AK Tech. It will be better if like I could get his name. Your name, please. Ahmed. Okay. Yeah. Congrats to the second place. It goes to Udaya. And third, please stay back to give the third place winners. Oh, so it's Prevention, the third place. Thank you and congrats to the second icebreaker activity winners. So I request Kamakshi, Ritesh, and Shweta to give away the prize to the winners. Another Shweta. Okay. Yeah. So the first place it's Guinea. It's Nikhil, right? If I'm not wrong. Yeah. Congrats, Nikhil. Second prize it's Balaji. Okay. And the third prize it's Raghav Kumar. There is nothing. Okay, thank you. So, as a token of gratitude from JSLovers to the speakers of today's event, as well as to the panel members and also to the sponsors, we like to give a small goodie, and please accept it as a token of our gratitude. So, I request Jyoti Prakash to give away the goodie to Mayappan. Without t-shirt. Thank you, Mayappan. Thank you, Jyoti. I request Maheshwari to facilitate the Women Who JS panel members. So we have Sudha. Please accept our goodie as a token of gratitude. Thank you so much. Um, the remaining panel members and the speakers have left the venue just before a few minutes. And we also give the goodies to our sponsors as well. So I request Syed to give away the goodie to our Marathon sponsors. I request Hari to collect away the goodies, please. அடுத்து sir. Yeah, thank you, Syed and Hari. I request Jyoti Prakash to give away the goodie to 7 Angle Naveen.
இது வந்து ஸ்வாப் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. சென்னை மனோஜ்.
Thank you. I request Vignesh to give away the goodies for our Chennai Web Engineering sponsors. Pasupati Solava. I request Pasupati to collect the goodies, please.
We need to forge charge.
Thank you, Vignesh and Pasupati. I request Maheshwari to give away the goodies for 4 Fibonacci sponsors. I request May to collect the goodies, please.
Hi guys. So thank you so much for coming today. So I'm making this event an incredible success. No, event என்ன முடியல. Just ஒரே ஒரு சின்ன giveaway இருக்கு. Rishabh, can you go to Yeah, so this gift is for, can you see, this is the JSLovers meetup page. So Delhi community event. So you can see this, right? This guy, so he's the OG. Yeah, bro, Manoj Mogan, please come to the stage. So 2018, I think, right? 2018, bro, this photo was taken. So he went to Delhi for, at that time he attended this event. So our Chennai chapter is pretty young. So it's like 9 months old. But this guy is from the beginning. So just we want to give a token of.
You are indirectly saying I'm old. By the way, I didn't go to Delhi to attend this. I was working in Delhi at that time.
எல்லாம் எங்களுக்கு ஒண்ணுதான், நாங்க டெல்லி போடல.
என்ன surprise லாம் பண்றீங்க? Guys, this is a true surprise. I didn't expect this.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you. சென்னைக்கு JS Lovers எடுத்துட்டு வந்ததுக்கு நல்லது. சரி, நன்றி. ஓகே. Hello. Okay. That photo had the context actually. Angiyum hoodie. So I just wanted to say that it's written as liber not gratis there in my hoodie, which means free as in not free as in free beer, but free as in freedom. Thank you.
You look so young there, bro. Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, so with this, we'd like to come to the end of an event. So yeah, end of the event, it's feedback time. I request people out here who attended the event the whole day to come here to share your experiences, because your experiences is an input for us to give the better event the next time. All the pros and cons, if you share, it will be helpful for us to make a better event in the upcoming things. So I request people to come over here to share your experiences. No pointing out here, please. But I expect volunteers to come over to the stage. We show the QR, so 0 volunteers. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So I think I've attended a couple of events in the past on JSLovers as well as Chennai React, but I think I see there is an evolution that happens each and every time. So it's not like, okay, we come here and then we learn something, we go. We also do make a lot of connections and things out there. Especially coming to how it happened today, I really liked, especially liked Mayappan's session on the Next.js. I think he has covered a lot of the concepts that is in and out, and um, yeah, and looking at the way how the trend goes in AI, and the people here are also mentioned that we have something I would like to, maybe that might differ from the person's opinion here. AI is definitely revolutionizing. We just have to accept the fact that, okay, how we can leverage AI, that's the only way we should take it forward. Not with we are going to compete against AI. That is the vision I have. So I just thought of sharing the same, because a lot of people have different perceptions towards how they see AI and how they consume it. So it's like, if you leverage AI to improve your productivity or improve your skills, that is going to help you a lot. Else you'll be in the race, but maybe the race, every other will be ahead of you. That is one key takeaway that I've taken from different session. So just thought of sharing it here. And then I really liked the MCP discussions, because even I was involved in a lot of discussions about how we can introduce an MCP server in the context and things. So this gives a perception that, okay, MCP is not very good, or I'm not going to conclude that, because until and unless we experience it, we might not comment about it. But yeah, the discussions, whatever that happened here, made us realize that, okay, the things are revolutionizing, and we just have to keep ourselves up and updated against it. So I think I would like to take a moment to thank all the coordinators and the organizers of this JSLovers event, because they have been doing it consistently for every 2 months, and of course the fellow people who has been present here. I think I'll steal the dialogue from Praveen. It's not easy to take a Saturday to come here and then stay. So so that's cool then. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for all the sessions planned, and then food was really nice. I enjoyed a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So one final volunteer for the feedback. So with this, I swear we'll conclude the event on a closing note. You want to give feedback?
Yeah, and no, maybe after that. Okay. So I have few announcement also. So we have a event called Beak Rush, Baker's Carnival. It is happening in April 6 and 7 in Crescent, Vandalur. So it is for entrepreneurship festival. So a lot of entrepreneurs came here. And you can register for the tickets, and Magata and Hari will be there, and a lot of entrepreneurs will give talk about them. And it is open for both professionals and students as well. So please make use of it. Thank you. Hari will give another round.
Okay, so yeah, I'm also working with free and open source softwares, FOSS United Foundation. We support and promote free and open source software across India. So we have a Chennai chapter, which is hosting a event on April 26th at Full Creative. Maybe Full Creative folks are here, you can connect with them. So our speaker forms and registration are open now, so you can just head over and register yourself. So in case if you have cool thing in open source to be shared to the community, you can register yourself as a speaker. Yeah, thank you.
So guys, if you feel too overwhelmed with these announcements, please go to tamilnadu.tech. That's it.
Okay. Okay, guys, finally, yeah, this is the end. Okay. We have been saying it for the past 5 minutes, but this is the end. I think he covered my closing speech. As he said, we are evolving, right? It is because of mainly you guys. So without you, we wouldn't be able to stand here to run a session, a whole day session with 250 people. So this is not possible without you people. So a big round of applause to all the attendees here. Thanks for that. Okay. Yeah. Big thanks to you. And keep supporting us so that we make it today event, and we can conduct in Go as well in the future. Okay. And we would like to also thank few important not just people and communities who made this event possible. One is of course the place where we are sitting, Ford, for lending us the space to conduct let us conduct this ceremony. Thanks to Ford and the team, the community team within the Ford. So they have the web engineering community and as well as the Fibonacci communities. Thanks for that, for them. Yeah, you can also clap for them as well. Thank you. Yeah. And secondly, to our sponsors, they also know they are played a key role for us to conduct this session, and they are 7 Angle and Marathon. So thanks to them as well. Yeah. And finally, we have been conducting these sessions for the past almost 1 year. So we wanted volunteers to run such a session. So we posted in our community pages, and so many people volunteered and supported us. So yeah, thanks to all the volunteers to run this event. Thank you. Great. And of course, to our wonderful speakers, who brought an important topic, an interesting topic to keep you all engaged throughout the whole day, because it's not easy to keep you all engaged, right? So thanks for them as well. Yeah, one more clap for them. Keep clapping. And also the panel members for bringing their insights about the techs with their experience and all those things. Thanks to the panel people as well. So finally, thanks to you all. The session is concluded. Once again, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So a kind reminder to you again. So the giveaway for the React Nexus ticket is still open. So please don't forget to post your photos and your insights on this event to LinkedIn. Mainly tag us so that we could see your post, and the most creative post will get the giveaway ticket, and it will be announced by tomorrow. Yeah, with this, thank you so much for making this day a very special thing. So from team JSLovers. So yeah, please don't forget to give your passes back in the reception area. I think you would have been informed in the morning to return it back. So since it's 10 years of JSLovers, we have a small cake cutting which is arranged in the second floor. So please gather in the second floor as soon as possible so that we could have the cake cutting, enjoy the sweets, and we'll disperse. Thank you so much from the team JSLovers. Thank you, team JSLovers too.